This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey y'all, I'm trying to get my headphones connected real quick. Hold on just a minute. We got quite a few things to talk about before we get into the major topics of the day. Okay, I think it's connected now. Several things. I saw several news articles when I got on my computer this morning, and I wanted to discuss a few things with you guys and get your opinions. First, let me shout y'all out. Thank you so much for being here. Southern Cats, Green Eyes. I like your name. Nice to meet you. Cindy from sunny South Florida. Good to see you. Stephanie, Shelby, my love. Karen, Connie's sister. Monica, Hio, Kim Beezy and the Heezy. Matthew, good to see you. Tanya and the D, the classic one. Hannah, UK. Gracious. Okay. Sorry about that. AM, good to see you, and thank you for being here. I saw that you guys, Shelby, before I came in, was talking about the geese. Bethina, good to see you. I'm glad you like the geese. They're so funny. They are so funny. They are too much. So silly. All right, thank you all for being here. Oh, Lady Dragon. I knew there was one I missed at least. Lady Dragon, it's nice to meet you. There you are. The classic one, I don't know if I shouted you out either. Good to see y'all, and thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Matthew, thank you for becoming a member. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I hope you liked the video of the geese. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you so very much, Matthew. Hannah says, I'll be lurking. My sister Sophie says, hi, she bought Chinese food for dinner. Oh, I make Chinese food. It's so good. So good. My YouTube was bugging out. Oh, hopefully it does. My YouTube was acting weird too. I was watching somebody this morning. Snarky Pants, good to see you. Tanya and the D. They are so silly. I was watching a channel this morning and my YouTube was acting crazy as well. It kept like buffering and reloading. Scratch the Paint, good to see you. So I wanted to share this. I had 2 videos today to share with you, like, motivational videos and things like that. Thank you again, Matthew. And I saw this one and it actually moved me a lot. I like Matthew McConaughey, so I wanted to share this one with y'all real quick.
No grounding. We're not going to ground you because that'd be taking away your time, and your time is the most valuable thing you got. So take your licks. You're not going to get injured. It's going to hurt, and don't yell, because if you yell, you're going to get another one. Licks with a belt. I can't, I hate, and lying were 3 things that you got in trouble for.
Now, I don't know about the licks with the belt. That's up to you as a parent, but it's more so the latter part of this conversation after that.
I said I can't. My dad's teeth would start to go. Excuse me? You sure you're not just having trouble?
Hey, curious.
I said I hate you to my brother because I heard the word at school and I thought it could make me feel like I was older. So I threw it out there one day at my own birthday party. I said to her, I hate you. And my mom, stopped the entire party. 40 kids my age in the backyard. Stopped it. My birthday. Stopped it. Pulled me around the side of the house. And he said, what did you say? You don't ever use that word, especially to someone in your family. Gave me licks on the side of the house. And then went around, said, dry your tears, resume, birthday party's back on. Don't ever use that word, especially to someone in your family. So what did I learn from Don't Say Can't? That unable to do something, you can, even if you can't pull it off, you can go find help, which means you were just having trouble. What did I learn from getting a butt whooping for saying I hate you to my brother? Well, what I was learning is the antonyms to those words. Because saying I can't, lying, and saying I hate you were bringing me pain. So the opposite must bring pleasure, right? Tell the truth, love, and believe that you can. Those were the values, how I remember them getting instilled in me. And to this day, I still have them. No ground.
Anyway, I thought that it was interesting, like saying I can't, I hate you, and things like that. I think it's important that, to make sure children don't do that, because it teaches them to hate and to think they're not good enough or they can't do something, which is never good. I saw this one too. It had the girl from The Big Bang Theory in it. Right, Stephanie? I thought it was pretty interesting. Thank you, everybody, for being here. If I missed you, hello. And Britt, good to see you. This case is crazy. We talked about it extensively yesterday. Extensively. And we're going to talk about it again today. This is the other kind of interesting thing that I saw today.
I think we all remember the 2012 phenomenon that we're still actually playing out right now. 2012 was the year on the Mayan calendar. Many people said the world was going to end.
Oh, I knew those people.
Yeah, well, they never said that. They said it was the end of one cycle in the beginning.
Tom did. Tom, if you're listening, I remember you said that.
Well, they said it was the beginning of the end of one cycle, the beginning of the cycle that comes next. But here's the interesting part. When you look at cosmological cycles, they don't turn on a dime. There's a buffer between the end of one cycle and the beginning of next. There is a factor that you can apply to any cycle to know when that buffer is. And that, so for 2012, for example, 2012 was the midpoint of a 36-year-long cycle, 18 years before and 18 years after. 18 years after is the year 2030. 2030 is technically the end of the Mayan cycle. So my concept as a mathematician and someone who looks at cycles, I said, what if time is fractal? That concept had not been explored very much when I was writing this book. So I began exploring 9/11 from that perspective. If time is fractal, it means is that an event will set into motion a quality of energy that will repeat the conditions on a knowable, predictable basis. That's true.
Now let's talk about that for just a second. Going back to thinking in a fractal way real quick.
Quality of energy that will repeat the conditions on a knowable, predictable.
The quality of energy will predict basically your future. I mean, think about being abused or trauma as a child. That brings negative energy and quality of life is diminished. And some people who say I can't or I hate or things like that, going back to the first video, who say I can't get past this, I can't get over this, I can't move on from it, or try to not think about it, try to move to heal from this. They create a negative energy and it impacts the whole cycle of their life, which I find interesting. If we can recognize the negative energy that comes from an event in time and try to change that, we can change our future, our path in general.
Basis. That's true for world events. It's true for our own relationships. And the first one I tested was 9/11. So I said, what happened on 9/11? America was surprised and attacked. When was the last time that happened? Well, it was Pearl Harbor. So I took Pearl Harbor as what's called a seed date. I applied the algorithm, and that seed date told me the next fractal cycles when I could expect America to be surprised and attacked again. September 11, 2001 was the third fractal of that.
No grounding.
So
if we use that,
I didn't mean to start it over, but I wonder what the next date is after 9/11. So if Pearl Harbor, we should look into that sometime. I'm going to write down Pearl Harbor was the first one. And then he looked at it from a fractal standpoint and came up with the date 9/11 of 2001. So if we look at it from a fractal standpoint, what would be the next major event? And that's actually going to bring me directly into one of the articles I saw, which I found really interesting. Now, I don't know if this is a troll. I don't really know what to make. I don't know if somebody's trolling me, or, you know, putting this out here as a troll, or if it's legit. I was trying to figure it out. But if we're going to talk about, you know, the next major event that could change world history, this says Mount Rushmore of Trump, Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Jinping. I don't remember exactly his first name, how you say it, unveiled. So like, is this real? Like, did somebody put it up there because they feel like all of these characters are the same? And if so, did Trump have anything to do with it? Is somebody trying to be funny? I don't know. Hopefully this article will tell us. But going back to like the next major event, okay, is the next major event going to be world, not necessarily world domination, I forget what they call it. It's in the deck of the Illuminati cards, one world government, I think is what I'm thinking of. Hey Ashley, good to see you. I like those things too, Tanya and the D. As a matter of fact, I went out after I saw the video from Matthew McConaughey and I said, look, because my kids, there's 4 of them and they're all a year apart, my bonus children, and they're constantly fighting and they'll say, I hate you. And I'm like, you don't say things like that. But I told them that we can't say, I said, we're not going to say I can't anymore. I said, now, I don't think it's good for us to say I can't. I think that we should start practicing not saying I can't so that we can, I can't do my schoolwork. I can't do this. I can't do that. Well, yes, you can. You just don't know how to do it yet. You need to educate yourself. And the first thing they said was like, yeah, you can't say it either because you're all the time. I can't deal with this right now. And I said, well, if you tell me if you tell me to go do 15 backflips in the yard, I'm going to tell you I can't. I said, but as far as saying I can't deal with this right now, yes, I will work on that. I will work on not saying I can't as well. Chow, good to see you. The Secret. No, I haven't, Curious Christine. I will definitely look it up. Yeah, Mount Dictatorship. So let's see what it says in this article about it. So it says a new monument depicting Mount Rushmore of world leaders, Donald Trump, that Vladimir Putin, I apologize, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping, I think is how you say it, has been unveiled. Newsweek has contacted the White House for comment via email, which I'm like, okay, so then is it real? Why it matters. The satirical, which means it's not real, it's basically a troll, display equates Trump with authoritarian leaders such as Putin, Xi, and Kim, a comparison that reflects ongoing global debates over his political style and rhetoric. By borrowing the imagery of Mount Rushmore, a monument celebrating U.S. democracy, the installation highlights anxieties about whether Trump belongs among strong men rather than statesmen. The sculpture was unveiled on September 23rd in the Atrium of Bangkok's Sigan Square, a huge shopping mall, as part of a camping-themed event. The 2-story replica was built to promote the Somewhere Else, the series, the Summit Camp event. Visitors can pay 99 baht or $3.09 to scale a rock climbing wall beside the installation or take part in archery activities. Camping gear, free food, and beverages are also on offer near the display. The installation takes its inspiration from Mount Rushmore, the granite monument in South Dakota, completed in 1941, which features the carved faces of U.S. Presidents George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln to represent the country's founding, growth, development, and preservation. Is Trump a dictator? Trump has faced mounting accusations in 2025 of behaving like a dictator, which critics pointing to a series of moves they say undermine democratic institutions and concrete power in the presidency. Democratic leaders have been some of the loudest voices sounding the alarm. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer warned that Trump's efforts to use the Justice Department to target political opponents marked the path to a dictatorship. Senator Chris Murphy echoed the concern, saying U.S. risks becoming a banana republic if the Justice Department were weaponized against critics. That came after Trump publicly urged Attorney General, let me get a sip of my coffee. I don't mean to be messing up like this. That came after Trump publicly urged Attorney General Pam Bondi to step up investigations into his political rivals. In a social media post directed at Bondi, he wrote, quote, "We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility," unquote. He went on to complain that nothing is being done, while specifically calling for probes into former FBI Director James Comey, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Democratic Senator Adam Schiff, who led his first impeachment trial. Trump has also leaned heavily on aggressive rhetoric when dealing with the U.S. cities. He threatened to send National Guard troops He threatened to send National Guard troops and immigration agents into Chicago, even releasing a stylized image portraying a, quote, war on the city. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker condemned the move, calling Trump a wannabe dictator. Authoritarian moves. At times, Trump has directly addressed the accusation. I'm not a dictator. I don't like a dictator. Okay. He has said in response to criticisms. But in other contexts, he has appeared to toy with the label, claiming a lot of people are saying maybe we'd like a dictator when defending his tough on crime policies. Scholars and experts argue that the comparisons are not just rhetorical. Kim Lane, a Princeton University professor who studies authoritarian governments, told The Guardian Trump's willingness to mobilize the National Guard suggested he was preparing a military repressive force to just put down the whole thing by force. Political scientist Stephen Levetsky likewise warned that Trump's actions amounted to authoritarianism, pointing to the systematic abuse of power, efforts to tilt the playing field, and erosion of democratic guardrails. So I want to stop there. If we're talking about, 2028 should be very interesting to say the least. People, they've been deploying National Guard to many places for years and years and years. If we're talking about Chicago, I mean, let's talk about Chicago for a second. Shootings in Chicago last weekend. 18 people have been shot, 6 fatally, in shootings across Chicago this weekend. This weekend, guns violence comes after at least 58 people were shot, 8 fatally across the city over the Labor Day holiday weekend last week. So, I mean, if we're talking about Chicago, something has to be done. People are getting shot. There's stories of children being in their houses and getting shot by stray bullets or drive-bys. Something needs to be done. And I mean, it's every weekend, double-digit numbers of people are being shot. So, yeah, something needs to be done. We've deployed the National Guard around the country before when we've had areas of crisis. Chicago specifically is an area of crisis with all the people. Oh, thank you. Is an area of crisis with everybody getting shot over the weekend. So deploying the National Guard to Chicago, I don't think is a bad idea until they can get it under control. You really can't trust mainstream media. So I usually don't talk about like politics a lot. You have to be careful which side you're reading. The USA is nuts right now. So many shootings going on. There is. Hey, Jenny Jen. I don't trust anything from a lot of these news medias. I agree. All right. So I feel the same way. So it says, could Trump go on Rushmore? Earlier this year, Republican Representative Anna Paulina Luna introduced a bill to add Trump's face to Mount Rushmore. The bill stated in the House Committee on Natural Resources. The bill stalled in the House Committee on Natural Resources. President Trump's bold leadership and steadfast dedication to America's greatness have cemented his place in history, Luna said in a press release. Mount Rushmore, a timeless symbol of our nation's freedom and strength, deserves to reflect his towering legacy, a legacy further solidified by the powerful start to his second term. The original sculptor, Borgum, previously said he doubted anyone else could fit on the monument. That has not stopped Trump supporters from suggesting his face should be added. Well, they certainly have room for it there. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum told Laura Trump on her Fox News show, where she asked if Trump could one day appear on the monument. Trump himself addressed the idea back in August of 2020, denying a report that the White House aides had contacted then South Dakota Governor Kristen Noem about the process. Never suggested it, although based on all of the many things accomplished during the first 3.5 years, perhaps more than any other presidency, sounds like a good idea to me, he wrote on Twitter. He would not be the first president whose supporters sought such recognition. After Ronald Reagan's death in 2004, there were calls to add him to the monument. Even before Mount Rushmore was completed, First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt advocated for including suffragist Susan B. Anthony. I mean, if we're talking about the things he's done to help save our nation. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't put it back on the page I was reading. I apologize about that. If we're talking about people who had done things to help, change our nation or make a difference, there's a lot of people that we could put on there. I don't think that we necessarily need to change it, because then it becomes, well, why is this person more important than this person? And why is this person more important than this person? Hey, Mrs. Woozy. I'm trying to fast track my education, so I basically begged my advisor to help me find classes, and this one is exactly what I've been wanting to take. That's awesome. That's awesome. Super happy for you. All right, we're going to move on. I'm going to do some of these kind of off the wall ones. This one I found interesting, and it's about Trump, so we'll go ahead and jump to this one. There's several about I got a bunch to talk to y'all about today. We got a lot to talk about today. All right, this one I found interesting, and I heard about it, but I hadn't really seen a lot of video. It says Ryan Routh, would-be Trump assassin, tries to stab himself after being found guilty. Ryan Routh, the man accused of trying to assassinate Donald Trump on Trump's West Palm Beach golf course last year, was found guilty Tuesday on all 5 counts he faced. He was forcibly removed from the courtroom following the announcement of the verdict after sources said he tried to stab himself. Routh attempted to stab himself in the neck with a pen amid the chaos after the verdict was handed down, according to sources. However, the pen he had access to is specifically designed not to injure, so it only left bruises or marks on his neck, and he wasn't injured, a source said. Friend of Ryan Routh, who testified in his defense, said Routh did what he thought was right. But okay, let me stop right there. If he did what he thought was right, you're admitting that he did it. So why is he trying to stab himself now that he's found guilty? You just admitted guilt. What the fuck? What the hell? Sorry, I didn't mean to say WTF. Continuing, 4 armed marshals surrounded Routh, who appeared to stand once the jury left the courtroom. Routh was then walked out of the courtroom. Sarah Routh, his daughter, seated in the courtroom, shouted, "Dad, I love you. Don't do anything. I will get you out." I don't know about that. He didn't hurt anybody. This is not fair. This is all rigged. You guys are assholes, she shouted before also being escorted from the courtroom. U.S. District Judge Eileen Cannon subsequently allowed Routh back in the courtroom in shackles and escorted by marshals. He was informed that he will be sentenced on December 18th. There is a photo or a sketch of what he tried to do. Did y'all hear about that? Right. He is nuts. I mean, you're admitting to what he was doing. Like, you admitted to trying to kill him. I need to see what his sentence was, but I was close to voting conservative, never voted before. I think the whole Trump thing scared a lot of people into voting liberal again, and of course, I respect everyone's opinions and beliefs. I do too. I'm unaffiliated. I'm surprised she didn't get hit with a contempt of court as well. Let's see if they tell us what he actually was charged with. So it says, according to federal prosecutors, some of the jurors saw the outburst as they were exiting. The jury has not, quote, the jury has not left the room at the time of the defendant's conduct, unquote, a prosecutor said. Judge Cannon, who previously oversaw and dismissed one of Trump's criminal cases, thanked the lawyers and Routh for their time, despite your outburst today. Routh, who was representing himself despite lacking any legal education or experience. See that right there? You can't go in there. That's the biggest thing. I don't care what your charge is. You do not ever represent yourself, because you are spitting in the judge, prosecutor, everybody's face and saying, I have absolutely no education at all on this subject, but I think that I can do it with absolutely no education. F your years of college and all your experience, F all that, and F all of you. I can do this coming in off the street and having no education in the concept whatsoever. You're spitting in their face. Do not ever go to court without an attorney, and damn sure don't represent yourself. I mean, you might as well just sign a guilty plea. So he faced 5 criminal charges, including attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate, using a firearm in furtherance of a crime, assaulting a federal officer, possessing a firearm as a felon, and using a gun with a defaced serial number. He faces up to life in prison. The jury reached their verdict after deliberating for approximately 2 hours. Their only note was a request to see the rifle, ammunition, and magazine that Routh allegedly used. Judge Cannon allowed jurors to view the exhibits in open court. Ryan Routh, accused of attempting to kill Trump on the golf court, resets his defense following chaotic testimony. I think that's another article. I hate when they do that. Prosecutors allege that Routh put together a methodical plan, including purchasing a military-grade weapon, researching Trump's movements, and utilizing a dozen burner phones to kill Trump based on political grievances. Hiding in the bushes of Trump's Palm Beach golf course and armed with a rifle, Routh allegedly came within 100 yards of the then president nominee before a Secret Service agent spotted his rifle poking out of the tree line. Routh allegedly fled the scene but was later arrested by a local sheriff's office on a nearby interstate. Routh argued during his closing argument Tuesday that he did not intend to shoot Trump and that he lacks the capacity to kill. The capacity to kill. Y'all, that sounds planted, like some MK Ultra shit to me, but don't get me talking about conspiracy theories. Miss Woozy said a client who represents themselves has a fool for an attorney. I don't remember who said that, but it's so true. Yes, it is.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Like, I mean, you just can't do it. That imposter syndrome, good for you recognizing it and doing what you knew should be done and what you are meant to do. That's awesome. I agree. The prime opportunity was there for the defendant to shoot the president, Roth said in a rambling 55-minute closing argument. Why was the trigger not pulled? Roth said that he never brandished his rifle to shoot either Trump or the Secret Service agent who spotted him, and he said any evidence suggesting otherwise was a blatant fabrication. It was just an individual on the fence with a gun resting there, Routh told jurors. Throughout his argument, Routh repeatedly claimed his intent was harmless. He argued that killing Trump was a fantasy, comparing the idea to longing for a high-end sports car, dreaming of a vacation home, or lusting for his best friend's wife. It was never going to happen, he told jurors. It is not in the defendant's heart. The opportunity was there, Routh said. It was so simple and easy, just pull the trigger. And yet, said Routh, this human being does not have the capability to shoot someone else. Judge Cannon cut off Routh's closing about half a dozen times to remind the jury about their legal instructions, including 2 instances when she excused the jury so she could rein Routh in. In the government's closing, prosecutors argued that Routh should be found guilty because he still took multiple steps to carry out his alleged assassination plot, casting doubt on Routh's central argument that he lacked the intention to actually shoot Trump. Routh was just one bullet away from killing Trump and ensuing he could not be reelected to the presidency, Assistant U.S. State's Attorney Christopher Brown told jurors. Across an 80-minute closing, Brown walked the jury through the testimony of more than 36 witnesses and hundreds of exhibits, highlighting that Routh made 17 late-night trips to his alleged sniper perch, spending a combined 90 hours there in the month ahead of the attack, and spent thousands of dollars on supplies, including a rifle purchased illegally, bulletproof plates, and 9 burner phones to execute his plan. I mean, that's a lot of damn planning to just sit there and not actually do it. Yeah, we haven't covered anything really big. Who came in? Hey, Kelly. Good to see you. We got lots of articles to talk about. There's no doubt, reasonable or otherwise, the defendant intended to intended to kill Donald Trump. He said, the law punishes would-be assassins who did not succeed in killing their targets. The law does not say no harm, no foul. Brown concluded his closing by invoking the words of Thomas Jefferson about the potential consequences of Ruth's alleged plan. The will of the people is the only legitimate foundation of government, Brown said, not one man with some weird agenda and a gun. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, posting on social media following the announcement of the verdict, wrote, today's guilty verdict against would-be Trump assassin Ryan Routh illustrates the Department of Justice's commitment to punishing those who engage in political violence. This attempted assassination was not only an attack on our president, but an affront to our very nation itself, Bondi wrote. Presenting his defense case on Monday, Routh called firearms expert and two of his longtime friends in his defense. Is it your personal opinion of me that I am peaceful and gentle and nonviolent? Routh asked his second witness, longtime friend Marshall Henshaw. I would say no, Henshaw said. I would not expect you to harm anyone, Ryan. Routh argued that he lacked the capacity to kill Trump. Though he appeared to concede some of the prosecution's allegations during the trial, he acknowledged that he authored a letter that prosecutors say outlined his plans to kill Trump. He was cut off multiple times Monday by Judge Cannon, who ended the day with a warning for Routh ahead of Tuesday's closing. Any argument you make must be reasonably tied to the admitted evidence. Do you understand? The judge asked Routh, saying that any deviation will cause a problem. Yes, Your Honor, Routh said. Found that interesting. We have a video, so we'll go ahead and go there real quick. Oh, yeah, I got something real interesting for y'all to look at, too. So we'll do the video. I'll probably get started after we look at the... Oh, dang it. I got to read it out loud. I know it's not up. Hey, Mayla's mom. Okay. Let me refresh this. So, maybe. Hold on just a minute. A new era of execution methods. So basically, double execution. Texas and Alabama to execute inmates at the same time this week. And the video is just music in the background, but I'll read it. A new era of execution methods, which we talked about briefly in a different live stream. Most death row inmates faced one execution method in modern history, lethal injection. Now there are many alternative ways to die. Since January of 2024, 16% of 44 executions used methods other than lethal injection, a stark contrast to the 3 years prior when 100% were by injection. Remember we talked about the nitrous gas? I think that's what this is referencing. Some execution methods include lethal injection, firing squad, nitrogen gas, and the electric chair. Florida's House Bill 903 allows any execution method not explicitly ruled unconstitutional, potentially including stoning and beheading. I didn't know that those were still legal. In 2025, South Carolina executed 2 inmates with firing squads, first such cases in nearly 15 years. And that's what Brian Koberger was looking at, remember? Nitrogen gas executions began in 2024 in Alabama, described by witnesses as causing visible suffering and distress. Ohio and Nebraska are considering nitrogen as well, despite concerns it may violate constitutional protections against cruel punishment. The U.S. is among only 4 nations that have more than 3 official forms of execution available, according to Cornell University. The others are Nigeria, Iran, and Sudan. As the U.S. leads the way with multiple execution options, debates continue about whether their humanity and the nation's stance on capital punishment. Wanted to make sure I wasn't muted. Okay, that was all of that. I actually have I wanted to share this video with you guys real quick. So this is about Gilgo Beach suspect to face single trial for all homicide charges, the judge ruled. Now, the Gilgo Beach homicider is Rex Heuermann. There was just a Peacock, I believe it was Peacock, did a show about him. So we're going to talk about this, and then I'll do one more of the things that I found, which I found really interesting. Manders, I don't know. I don't think anybody deleted your comments, sweetheart. We don't usually delete comments, but YouTube might have yeeted it because that happens sometimes. Hey, Blue Jay. Try to say what you said again, but try to use like non-buzzer words. I don't see it here either. So that means YouTube kicked it out because hey, Lola's mom. Oh, no, here. Okay. Now, this is your opinion, and I'm going to respect that. Manders said, F Trump, biggest grifter in history. The people that will die on a hill for him, he thinks they are stupid. He and his family only want to line their pockets while you Americans suffer under him. So, I mean, that's your opinion, and I respect it. Just make sure to say, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily, and I'm not saying that I agree with that. From what I understand, Trump doesn't accept paychecks for his job, but I could be wrong about that. I don't think anybody's deleting comments. You have to be careful with YouTube, but I respect your opinion, and you can have it here. Just be respectful of everybody else, and don't try to, like, come in starting an argument in chat or anything. Blue Jay, good to see you. Who's getting killed? I'm seeing doctor, just a quick med check, not anything serious. Well, good. I'm glad that you're okay, and I hope you have a good doctor's appointment. I'm not sure. We talked about it the other day, but I don't know which ones specifically. I don't understand how stoning would kill someone, like blood loss maybe, or is it just the constant hit? Yeah, they use big boulders, so like I think it would crush your bone, and like I've always wondered that too, though, Shelby. I don't believe I could be the one. Yeah, I don't think I could either. Sometimes it appears the comment has been deleted, but if you refresh, it's probably there. I agree. We had a tragedy happen a mile down the road from us yesterday. A little girl riding her bike was hit by a semi and didn't make it. Oh, my God. That's so horrible. I'm so sorry. His crypto scam. We know about it in Canada. Now, I've heard about that. I don't know much about it, but I've heard that, like, it was an AI video. I don't know much about that subject, though, so I'd have to do some research. Who gets the money from the lawsuits against the media? Good question. Maybe we can look it up. I'll come back to it. That is barbaric. Yeah, YouTube reviews comments and deletes them. I don't think anybody would delete your comment here. That's a good question and a good point. Yeah, I'm real sorry. Thank you, Indy. I'm sorry about that little girl, and I'm keeping her family in my prayers. God, that's awful. God, that's awful. All right, this is going to tell us about Rex Heuermann and his trial coming up.
The judge just ruled that DNA evidence, the nuclear DNA evidence that's been debated in the past, will not be allowed for the second time in court. He also just ruled, as you mentioned, that there will be just one trial representing all 7 murder victims. Accused Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann is thrusted back into the spotlight as a Suffolk County judge determines if the estranged Long Island husband and father of 2 will face a single trial for all 7 victims as expected by the prosecution, or if it will be split into 5 separate trials. Heuermann's lead defense attorney, Michael Brown, argues that the first 3 charged killings should be tried separately from the rest because of the timing of their deaths, spanning 17 years, how they were killed, and the locations where the women's bodies were found. The judge ruled to keep one trial.
Ultimately, we do not make the decision.
I think there should be separate trials for each case because each one of them is a singular individual, and I think they should be represented as such. And the nuclear DNA thing bothers me too. It makes me question whether Rex Heuermann is paying the judge behind the scene, if that happens. I don't know. It's thought that I just had hearing this because I don't agree with it. And maybe
It's up
that's
to
why
the
I feel that
judge.
way.
The judge ruled against us. We don't like the decision. We don't agree with the decision. But in our system, we accept the decision and we move forward. That's how our system works.
Prosecutors who want one trial pointed to Heuermann's familiarity as a former seasonal Jones Beach employee. From 1981 to 1984, prosecutors say Heuermann used to drive an all-terrain vehicle going from field to field, making sure beachgoers were off the property after it closed. A role prosecutors say made Heuermann extremely familiar with Ocean Parkway at night, which is the same spot where 6 of the bodies tied to his case were found.
So he's the LISK, Tanya and the D, Long Island Beach serial killer. That's who this is.
I think a big consideration by the court.
Hold on. I'm going to look that up, Manders, about the, okay, I'd like to mute this, about the lawsuit, who gets the lawsuit of the money from people suing the media, from him suing the media.
Which was stated in their decision was that planning document. And that planning document talks about, we would submit talks about murders that had occurred, that are about to occur, and that are going to occur in the future.
The 62-year-old Manhattan architect from Massapequa Park was first arrested in July of 2023. He pleaded not guilty. Today, Heuermann's estranged wife, Asa Eller, also appeared at court.
And it's a difficult process because you have 2 young ladies that are emotionally distraught.
That's his wife and his daughter right there. Mrs. Woozy said having them combined allows the prosecution to reveal other victims in trial, whereas if they were separate, there's a chance they wouldn't be allowed to do so. So I see both sides. Yeah, that's true. That is a plus from that. Shelby said that's so horrible. Prayers to her and the truck driver and you and everyone affected by it. That is horrific, and I'm so sorry to hear that. Poor thing. Gracious.
Destroyed their lives. July of 2023, July 12, 2023. Victoria went to work. Asa was home as a housewife. That's never going to be the same.
Well. All right. And then this is the last thing I wanted to share with y'all real quick. So this is 40 personal belongings of legendary historical figures that still exist today. I like these, and I found it interesting. So this is George Washington's dentures from 1789 to 1799. It reads, the United States' first president had problems with his teeth throughout his life. The common belief that his dentures were made of wood isn't true, though. These were made of lead, human teeth, cow teeth, and elephant ivory. The dentures are on display in the museum located at Mount Vernon, Washington's former home and plantation located in Fairfax County, Virginia. It's pretty interesting. Jane Austen's writing table, circa early 1700s. The small writing desk on display at Jane Austen's house, the former home of Austen, and now a museum dedicated to her in Hampshire, England. Austen wrote classic novels like Emma and Sense and Sensibility while seated at the surprisingly small desk. Austen likely chose the unassuming desk because she was private about her writing and didn't want those outside her orbit to suspect she was a writer. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Hey, Abraham, good to see you. Yeah, wild. I always thought they were made out of wood until I read that. This is Napoleon Bonaparte's bicorn black beaver hat circa early 1800s. Napoleon wore the distinctive hat sideways to be recognizable in battle. He owned about 120 of these hats during his career, but only 20 or so remain. The hat seen above sold at auction for 1.9 million euros in November of 2023 to an unidentified private collector. But another one of Napoleon hats can be seen on display at a museum in Berlin, Germany. This is the contents of Abraham Lincoln's pocket on the night he was assassinated, April 14th of 1865. Lincoln had 2 pairs of glasses and a lens polisher, a pocket knife, a watch fob, a handkerchief, a wallet containing a $5 Confederate note, a newspaper clippings, many of which touted his success. These items are on display at the Library of Congress. Mary Todd Lincoln's dress from 1861. It was most likely made by Elizabeth Keckley, an African-American dressmaker whose creations the First Lady wore often. The piece of history was recently shown at an exhibit at the Met Museum in New York City and likely can still be seen there. This is John Wilkes Booth's boot worn the night he assassinated Abraham Lincoln, April 14th, 1865. And that's like that's a nice boot there. Like genuine leather, you know? Look at the bottom. I mean, it looks like boots that are still made in this day and age. Booth broke his leg leaping from the balcony to the stage of Ford's Theater after shooting Lincoln. Later, Dr. Samuel Mudd cut off the boot to treat Booth's legs and stashed the boot under the bed. It was later found by authorities and helped lead to Booth's capture. The boot can be seen at the Ford's Theater National Historic Site in Washington, D.C. This is King Tut's gold dagger and sheath circa 1370-1352. Like, that's still in pristine condition, y'all. All the way from Egypt. Today's my 9-year anniversary. Well, happy anniversary, Mayla's mom. Blue Jay, have a good day. Happy anniversary, my love. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, you're not going to find that kind of leather these days. I hope you have a good anniversary. That's awesome. Okay, wow, you got to skip. Ted Bundy's Volkswagen Beetle circa 1970s. The serial killer used this car to terrorize and murder women, and it played a role in his first arrest. His victims' hairs were found in the car. You can see the vehicle at the Alcatraz East Crime Museum in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Ooh, I want to go there. I wish it stopped skipping. Jeez Louise, stop it. Jeffrey Dahmer's prison glasses, circa 1992 to 1994. The glasses of Dahmer, who murdered 17 boys and men and often ate their corpses, are on display at the Alcatraz East Crime Museum in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Wow. It's crazy to actually see his glasses. Yeah, I want to go there. I hope that we can stop when we're on our way out to Arkansas. I don't know because we'll have animals with us, but I'd love to go there. Albert Einstein's brain tissue, 1879-1955. Oh, wow. Einstein's brain was removed shortly after his death and dissected into about 240 blocks for study. The glass plate seen above, containing a microscopic section of Einstein's brain tissue, is on display at the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Isn't that weird to see brain tissue on a plate like that? That's crazy to me. I wonder what they learned from it. Sigmund Freud's psychoanalytic couch, circa 1890 to 1930s. Stop jumping. Isn't that interesting? I wonder if it had like the rug over it the entire time. A patient gifted Freud the famous couch in 1890, and Freud used it for the rest of his career in Vienna and London. The couch can be seen at the Freud Museum in London, located in his final home in London, England. Wow. Jackie Robinson's Dodgers jersey from 1947. The jersey of the baseball legend who broke the color barrier in 1947 and became the first African American in Major League Baseball is viewable at the National Baseball Hall of Fame Museum in Cooperstown, New York. That's really cool. James Naismith's original rules for basketball, 1891. Interesting. The inventor of basketball typed the 13 original rules for the game on two 10 by 8-inch pages and signed them. He also wrote basketball atop the first page. The rules were bought at auction in 2010 for $4.3 million by David and Suzanne Booth, who put them on public display at D. Bruce Center on the campus of the University of Kansas. Sorry. Lord, I'm just not able to read today. Harry Houdini straitjacket, circa 1915. Do you guys think that you could get out of that underwater? Psycho Sigmund, I agree. That couch holds a lot of secrets for many people, I am sure. Yep. They put a slip cover on that chest lounge. It might be called a Freudian slip. That's funny. I don't know if I could get out of that. The legendary magician and escapologist was famous for hanging upside down while wearing a straitjacket as seen below and somehow escaping it in under 3 minutes. There's an actual picture. The straitjacket, which no one knew about until it appeared in an episode of Pawn Stars, was sold in 2011 at Christine's auction to a private buyer for $46,980. Stop jumping. Gracious. Mary, Queen of Scots, lock of hair, circa 1580. The one-time Queen of Scotland was 44 when she was beheaded on February 8th of 1587 for her role in a plot to overthrow her cousin Elizabeth I, the Queen of England and Ireland. Her lock of hair mounted atop a jewelry box sold at auction to a private buyer in 2008 for £7,200. How interesting. We've got a lock of hair from Mary, Queen of Scots. Poor Mary. I wouldn't be able to get out of that. Not in water. Hell no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even try it. Right? Oh my God. Look how beautiful. Queen Victoria's wedding dress, 1840. Y'all. Oh my gosh. I would be in heaven to get married in something like that. Oh my gosh. I think it's so pretty. The Queen of the United Kingdom and Great Britain and Ireland called her wedding day the happiest day of my life. The dress is part of the Royal Collection Trust and has been displayed at Kensington Palace and the Museum of London. You know that lace that's on the collar and everything was like handmade. Hours and hours and hours of handmade lace. Don't I do too. Hey, Crystal. Good to see you. Anne Frank's Diary, 1942 to 1944. The Diary of a Young Girl, commonly referred to as the Diary of Anne Frank, has sold over 30 million copies in 70 languages. You can see her original diary at the Anne Frank Museum in Amsterdam, Netherlands. And I mean, if we're talking about that era too, look at that penmanship. Don't you know I wish I could write like that? What is this? Mahatma Gandhi's bedroom, 1948. The bedroom of the Indian lawyer who used nonviolent resistance to lead the successful campaign for India's independence has been preserved exactly as it was at the time of his assassination. In it, you can see his walking stick, glasses, spinning wheel. Where's the spinning wheel? I don't see the spinning wheel. I have a spinning wheel. I don't see a spinning wheel. Sandals, utensils, a rough stone for washing, a simple mattress on the floor, and a low wooden desk. You can see the room at Gandhi's Smriti Museum in Delhi, India. That's really cool. Patsy Cline's pink performance outfit circa 1958. The country music iconic's famous pink suit made by her mother Hilda featured record patches of her hit songs seen above her shoulders. You can see the outfit at the Smithsonian Natural Museum of American History in Washington, D.C. Elvis Presley, King of Spades jumpsuit from 1974. Ooh, won't you look at that belt buckle? Good gracious. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up. I know we haven't really talked about true crime, but we're getting there. This is the last thing I'm going over with you guys. I like looking at pictures like this, and I know a lot of people do too, so I wanted to share it with y'all. Later in his career, Elvis became known for his flashy jumpsuits, especially when performing in concert in Las Vegas. Elvis debuted this one in 1974 and continued to wear it on and off for the rest of his career. You can see it in real life at Elvis Presley's Memphis, a museum at his former home, Graceland, in Memphis, Tennessee. Oh my God. The Beatles' pre-famous business card circa 1960. The band members, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Pete Best, who would be replaced by Ringo Starr, passed out these cards to prospective bookers. Notice that the manager on the card is Alan Williams and not the Beatles' famous manager, Brian Epstein, who wouldn't even hear of the group for another year and a half. You can see this card at the Liverpool Beatles Museum in Liverpool, England. How cool is that? John Lennon's working draft of lyrics for I'm Only Sleeping, 1966. I mean, even look at his handwriting. Even his handwriting is a lot better than we do it nowadays. Well, yeah, we did do Ted Bundy's car and Dahmer's glasses. The lyrics to the Revolver classic failed to sell at 2005 Christie's auction when they were put up for auction again in 2010 at Bonham's with an expected sale price of $250,000 to £350,000. If they sold, the news doesn't appear to have been made public. Either way, the lyrics seem to remain in a private collection. Frida Kahlo's orthopedic aids, 1950s. The acclaimed Mexican painter was injured in a bus accident at the age of 18, which led to lifelong medical issues. The aids can be seen at the Casa Ozil's former home and present museum dedicated to life and art in Mexico City. I don't know who that is. Pretty interesting, though, to see medical aids from back then. And look at that shoe. It's a man. I do believe it's a man. And look at, like, the shoe. Looks female to me, but I could be wrong. Could be female. I don't know. Frida, maybe it is, Cole's Artist Studio, circa 1930s to 1954. Oh, wow. That's so cool. Look at the paint bottles. The studio includes Cal's paints, easel, wheelchair, and books. You can enter and observe the room at the Casa Azul in Mexico City. That's really cool. Amazing painter. She's the woman with... Oh, okay. I know who that is now. Frida Kahlo. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Elvis was naturally blonde. Really, Peaches McClure? And good to see you. I know who it is now. Thank you. When you said the woman with the unibrow, I knew exactly who it was. King Henry, I don't know, Roman numerals, of England's field armor, circa 1544. Are those pants and boots, like, made together? The armor, likely used during the siege of Boulogne in 1544, was designed to accommodate the king's expanding waistline. You can see it at Windsor Castle in Berkshire, England, 20 miles away from Buckingham Palace. I mean, for that time period, it's really good armor. Queen Elizabeth I ring, known as the Checkers ring, circa 1570s. Oh, wow. You know, back then they used those rings like as a seal. The mother of pearl ring features a locket with two portraits, one of Elizabeth and the other most likely of her mother, Anne Boleyn. The ring is at Chequers, the British Prime Minister's country home, which is not open to the public. I know that picture. I've seen that picture, and I do believe that is Anne Boleyn. And you know, she strived to get, they say that like the whole reason she was called the Virgin Queen and never married is because she always held a grudge against her father. Like, you killed my mother, I'm going to end your entire bloodline. And that's what she did. It is pretty, isn't it? And to think, like, if you could, I mean, we're looking at something that was on Queen Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen, the queen that Virginia is named after. And we're looking at it. Could you imagine seeing it in person? I would be speechless. Henry the 15th. Thank you. We're just looking at pictures, going through history because, hey, Brenda said the 8th. I think it was the 8th. Because he's the one that beheaded Anne Boleyn and all of that, separated from the Catholic Church. Ludwig van Beethoven's last grand piano keyboard, 1825. Beethoven commissioned this piano to be specifically made so that he could hear it even though he was almost entirely deaf. Unfortunately, it didn't work as he hoped, but it likely was used in some way at the composition of his final works. You can view it at the Beethoven House, the museum in his birthplace in Bonn, Germany. Excuse me. Ludwig van Beethoven's handwritten Partition, 1800s. The unpublished work was sold on October 16, 2012 at Sotheby's auction house in Paris for $331,000. Look at the music notes. Handwritten back then, the 8th. Thank you. Thank you, guys. King Henry the 8th. V is 5. Each one equals 1 bonus times 10 equals 10. Oh. Okay. Thank you. And thank you, everybody coming in. I'll still forget, but thank you for letting me know. Did y'all see it jump? I hate it when it does that. And then it'll jump back down. Okay. Isaac Newton's self-made telescope, 1671. Wow, look at that. Newton's creation was incredibly groundbreaking as it was the first known successful reflecting telescope. You can see it at the Royal Society in London, England. How freaking cool is that? With the wooden ball. Wow. Galileo's telescope circa early 1600s. That's a big one. The legendary astronomer used his telescope to discover Jupiter's largest satellites, spots on the sun, and valleys on the moon. You can see it in person at the Galileo Museum of History and Science in Florence, Italy. So that's the one that looks more like the one we're used to seeing today, which is a lot longer. Oh my gosh. Why you gotta jump like that? Hold on. Okay. Florence Nightingale's medicine, circa 1850s. Says poison. What the hell? The founder of modern nursing took these medicines with her to the Crimean War, where she trained nurses and cared for injured soldiers. You can see these at the Florence Nightingale Museum in London, England. It says quin and poison. I guess the poison would be to like put people out of their misery. William Shakespeare's birthplace, circa mid-1500s. Shakespeare grew up in this home with his father, a glove maker, mother, 7 siblings, and a rotating number of apprentices. When his father died, Shakespeare inherited the place. You can tour the home, which is made to look like it did in Shakespeare's time, in Stratford-upon-Avon, England. And that looks like the typical German houses, but I think they're so cute. We'll have to look it up. I'm not worried about it. It was one of the Hendrys, and I think it was the one that beheaded Anne Boleyn, her mother. Also surviving is Shakespeare's will, which includes his signature as seen below, signed March 25th of 1616. The will is on display and open for all to see at the National Archives in Kew, England. Look at his signature. Like, again, we were just talking about how neatly, oh my God, where did it jump? We were talking about how neatly they wrote during that time period. What the? Oh my gosh. Hold on. Jesus. Now it's not going to pull it up. Hold on. Dang it. It was on this page. I hate my computer when it does that. Well, I guess we'll have to go somewhere else for a little bit. God almighty, I was enjoying that. I hate when it jumps and then it just got rid of the whole damn thing altogether. Try one more search. I just saw the Ted Bundy car one. No. Here it is. I got it back. All right, hold on. Let me pull it back up. Boy, I was about to get mad as hell. I hate when it jumps like that. I don't know why my computer does that. If anybody knows, please let me know. All right, I'm going to go back down to where we were at very slowly because my computer is bipolar, evidently. Oh my God. Okay, are you done being bipolar? BD a cigarette? Oh my Lord. I'm going to try it this way. Like, it's hard to jump when I'm holding the damn sidebar. Stay. Okay, I think that's where we were at. Do y'all see this thing jumping? Oh my God. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me close out some of these. Okay. I apologize sincerely. Jesus Christ. Like, they put so many freaking articles that it fucks up the whole entire page. Jesus, I'm not going to buy something when it's fucking up the entire page I'm trying to read. My God. Okay, 34. Martin Luther King's hotel room the night he died April 4th of 1968. The civil rights giant often stayed in room 306 at the Lorraine Martell when he was in Memphis, and his trip there in early April of 1968 was no different. Following his assassination, his room was left untouched. You can see the room just as it was on Dr. King's final day at the National Civil Rights Museum, which was built in and around the Lorraine Motel. I did not know that. So this is the actual room. And they built it in and around the Lorraine Motel. Y'all, I'm about to throw this fucking computer out the damn door. I know it's hard to see, but like you can see the TV, the old type of TVs. He overdosed, had a heart attack, stroke, and killed new failure. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I was hoping he was getting better, Brenda, but I'm very sorry that happened, love. So there's 2 beds in the motel room. There's a glass of water in front of the TV. There appears to be some dishes, some milk, like a carton of milk over here. There's a big lamp. There's a window, another lamp, little tables. That's interesting. I'm going to leave you a bad review, actually, because you keep fucking this shit up. Why? Let me hold my breath. Okay, we're almost done. 35, Leonardo da Vinci's The Codex Leicester, circa early 1500s. The notebook of Da Vinci's scientific writings was sold at auction to Bill Gates in 1994 for a whopping $30,802,500. The notebook isn't on permanent public display, but Gates has allowed it to be displayed at various museums and institutions around the world. Why would he want that for $30 million? All right, Miss Woozy, have a good day. $30 million freaking dollars. Why would he want that? Bill Gates, of all people. $30 million fucking dollars. This is Alfred the Great's jewel, aka the Alfred jewel, circa 800 AD. The king of the Anglo-Saxons is believed to have used this 2.5-inch jewel as a handle for a pointer stick for following words when reading. The jewel is on display at the Assaholm Museum of Art and Archaeology. Jesus. Somebody needs to get it together. I don't know if it's my computer or the website, but somebody needs to fucking get it together. Like, do I have to hold it down here? Hold on. I'm going to send an email after today's live to these people and tell them that they got too many motherfucking ads and it's fucking up where people can't even read the shit. So ain't nobody buying your shit because people can't even read the shit because there's too much fucking ads. Orville and Wilbur Wright's Wright Flyer 1903, the world's first successful airplane invented, built, and flown by former bicycle shop owning brothers, can be seen in person at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. They actually built those planes and flew them out here on the Outer Banks of North Carolina. You watched you some Ahmed today? After the death of Christ. I thought that, but it's not quite that. It's something else. I've always thought it was AD was after Christ's death as well, but it's not. I have to look it up. I just recently learned that AD actually didn't mean after the death of Christ. Charlie Chaplin's hat, cane, and shoe worn when playing his tramp character, circa 1950 to 1936. Chaplin famously played the tramp, a good-hearted but bumbling and mischievous vagrant in classic movies like The Kid and Modern Times. You can see these items at Chaplin's World, a museum in Switzerland dedicated to Charlie Chaplin and his life's work, located in the home where he and his family lived from 1952 to 1977. Y'all remember Charlie Chaplin? He was the guy with the mustache and the black and white videos that was always dancing on stage and stuff. Okay, 2 more. 39, Ernest Hemingway's typewriter, circa 1930s. The influential novelist typewriter can be seen at the Hemingway Museum, the Hemingway Home and Museum at Key West, Florida, museum located in the home where he lived from 1930 to 1940 and wrote part of For Whom the Bell Tolls. Now, y'all, this is going to sound real bad, but when I hear For Whom the Bell Tolls, I think of Metallica, not Ernest Hemingway. I don't know much of his books, but I'm not much of a novel reader either. Oh my God. Lastly, Harriet Tubman Shaw from 1897. How freaking cool is that? The hero of the Underground Railroad who led so many African Americans to freedom was given this shawl by England's Queen Victoria, around 1897. You can see it at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. How freaking cool is that? Harriet Tubman's shawl. It's actually an excellent novel. How interesting. All right, we're going to get into things. I'm going to show you what I was just talking about real quick. About AD. Like, for the longest time, I thought it meant after the death of Christ too, but it doesn't. If I remember correctly. Now, I could be... What does AD mean? I know you can't see it. Okay, let me type it this way. All right, I'll get it pulled up. All right, does AD mean after the death of Jesus Christ? It says, however, AD does not refer to after death, as many assume. Rather, AD represents Latin words Anno Domini, which means year of the Lord, or more properly, Anno Domini Nostri Jesus Christo, the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, referring to the birth of Jesus Christ. Let me see what it says. It's commonly thought that BC stands for before Christ and AD stands for after death. This is only half correct. BC does stand for before Christ, but AD is an abbreviation of the Latin phrase Anno Domini, which means in the year of our Lord. The BC AD dating system is not taught in the Bible. It was, in fact, not fully implemented and accepted until several centuries after Jesus' death, resurrection, and ascension. I'm going to see how...
Hi there. Many others like you have asked, what is the meaning of BC and AD? You have the question, the Bible has the answer, and we can help you with it. The following is a visual presentation of the full article from our website. Visit the link below to learn even more. It is commonly thought that BC stands for before Christ and AD stands for after death. This is only half correct. BC does stand for before Christ, but AD is an abbreviation of the Latin phrase Anno Domini, which means in the year of our Lord. The BC AD dating system is not taught in the Bible. It was...
Now, I remember the reason I thought this is because, like, Christ didn't die in AD 1, right? He died in like AD 30. So therefore, AD was already being used before he died. I'll look that up if this video doesn't explain that. And
was
then
in
we'll get
fact
into
not
the
fully implemented and accepted until
to
several
the meat and
centuries
potatoes.
after Jesus' death, resurrection, and ascension. Interestingly, the purpose of the BC AD dating system was to make the birth of Jesus Christ the dividing point of world history. However, when the BC AD system was being calculated, a mistake was made in pinpointing the year of Jesus' birth. Later, scholars determined that Jesus was born between 6 and 4 BC, not AD 1, but the
So that's the problem. If Christ was born between 6 and 4 BC, then his death would have been miscalculated too. So that might be where I'm getting it messed up. And so it seems like it actually might be meaning after death, and I might have been wrong.
not
We'll look up the
AD
date of his death.
1, but the
Sorry, I didn't
precise
mean to do
date
that.
is a minor issue. The main point is that the life of Christ is the turning point in world history. He truly changed the world. It is fitting that the life of Jesus Christ is the separation of old and new. With the appearance of the Son of God incarnate, the
Hey,
light
Mustang.
shined in darkness. The shepherd began gathering his lambs, and the victor commenced his conquest. The world BC was quite different. Since Jesus' coming, we have truly been living in the year of our Lord. Jesus impacted world history in profound ways, and he
Okay, we don't need to play all that. I'm not here to preach at you. Let me look up real quick when Jesus died, like what was the date, and that's what was making me think that. See, AD 33, right? And that's where I was mistaken. Oh, hold on. Let me pull it up. So if Jesus was crucified in AD 33, then that mean if it stood for after death, it would be AD 0 or AD 1 if it meant after death. And so if Jesus was most likely crucified on April 3rd of AD 33, this date is supported by biblical scholars and historical evidence indicating that the crucifixion occurred on a Friday at approximately 3 p.m. So if it's AD 33, you would think that if it stood for after death, that would be AD 0 or AD 1. If that explains what I was saying and makes it, easier to understand. All right. So now that I have ran my mouth enough, let's jump over to YouTube. Oh, really? How very sweet. Thank you for the compliment.
Said it was the end of one cycle and
Okay. So, there was a couple of videos I wanted to speak to you guys about. Let's start with Jack and Lilly Sullivan before we get into David, because we'll be talking about that for a while. All right. So I do have, we've talked about before.
So are you thinking that the dog
cadaver dogs are going to search for Jack and Lilly Sullivan, and evidently this is the first time cadaver dogs have been brought in. What? Why haven't cadaver dogs been brought in before now? They disappeared May 2nd, and it is freaking September 24th. Why? What the hell has been going on, RCMP? What are we doing? So Daniel here is going to share his thoughts on the situation, the dogs being brought in. Daniel, again, is Jack and Lilly Sullivan's stepfather. Tanya D, yeah, just now. I mean, again, they didn't even get video footage from trail cams until about 2 or 4 weeks, one of the two, after the kids went missing. Like, why are we so slow to do this shit? Indy said Jewish use totally different BCE and CE. Interesting. I did not know that. Thank you for sharing. Started dinner at 3:50. I guess it's an early dinner tonight. You could put it up and then heat it back up if you wanted to, Shelby. I heard a rumor that Dan's car was taken last Friday, but I can't find any documents to back this up. We need to look into that. I think it's because he existed and he died in AD, the year of our Lord. AD doesn't signify his birth, but rather his existence. Possibly. And it could I mean, I think he was about 33 years old when he died. So, like, BC would be before Christ. Christ would be born when they made it. It was supposed to be Christ would have been born during 0 or 1 AD. And then he died when he was about 33 years old. So, I mean, it technically calculates that way. But then they later found out that he was probably born between 6 and 4 BC. I cannot believe this is the first time they've taken out cadaver dogs. I was yelling that from day one. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yes, what the hell is taking so damn long? All right, so this is going to be from the CBC. Missing child stepfather reacts to cadaver dog search.
We'll go in there and won't find anything.
I know for 100% they won't find anything.
So are you thinking that the dogs will go in there and won't find anything?
I know for 100% they won't find anything.
So what do you make of the fact that they are bringing the cadaver dogs in?
Well, I'm actually pretty happy about that because it's been about 3 months. I've been asking for them, and it's just been delayed, I guess, till now. But I know things take time, and dogs are hard to get.
So
how can you be 100% sure that they won't find anything? Again, I get that you've probably searched that area in the daylight with a flashlight, but you can't ever say I'm 100% sure they won't find anything. Like maybe 99% sure. Like that would be about as far as I would go with that. Shelby said Daniel's car was towed due to a suspended license, apparently. It's on a couple of other lives from the other day. I wonder where they're getting that. I'm going to see if I can verify that information real quick.
So what does this say to you? Because, I mean, they are dogs searching for human remains.
Well, I know that it's going to be really hard work now that there's so much vegetation in the woods, but I'm pretty happy that they're going to be able to do it. I even hope that they bring more than one dog if they have access to more than one dog.
So what are you happy about? What do you hope this will bring?
So I did find some stuff on it, which we'll come back to. AI says Daniel Martell's vehicle was towed for evidence related to the missing children's cases. This incident is part of ongoing discussions and investigations surrounding the disappearance of Lilly and Jack Sullivan. And I see stuff on YouTube. But I mean, I'm not seeing like news articles. There's Facebook. 4-year-old says their mother's grief is worsening. Yeah, I'm not seeing any documents on it. Just YouTube. Interesting. Yeah, I need some like news articles or something to that effect to put it in concrete evidence.
I would just like to see maybe the social media speculation theories and accusations. Maybe they're not going to stop, but slow down because at this point they're getting ridiculous.
So are you thinking that the dogs will go in there and won't find anything?
I know for 100% they won't find anything. I mean, that's probably why they waited this long to do it. It's just to keep the public informed, I guess, that they're hard at work.
Do you think it will rule things out?
Yeah, I think we'll rule a lot of things out. Rule out that the RCMP are, working hard and there's no human remains on the property.
I don't think there's human remains on that property. I don't. They've all passed polygraph test and all of that. Yeah, that's a good question. Why wouldn't they have taken the car months ago and searched it for physical evidence? People think that the dogs hit on the car and that's why it was towed, and he's just lying. It's also in a Facebook group I'm in. So that's the speculation. I could see that. Abraham says, think about it like this. His birth signified the end of an era and the beginning of a new BC. No matter when he died, it's still AD because AD is not the era, not the death date. That makes sense. So basically, again, BC is representing the beginning of a new era, the birth of Christ. So no matter when Christ died, it would still be AD because that's part of the new era, not the death date. I get it. That's a good way to look at it. Thank you for that, Abraham. Yeah, 100%. Why not 99% sure? Because you never know that they won't find anything. How can he say that? Good question.
Is there any piece of you that's preparing for the fact, like, what if they do find something?
No, because I didn't do anything. I know Malaya didn't do anything. I know my mother didn't do anything. Those are 3 people on the property. I mean, after the polygraph exams, they should have known right there. We didn't kill any of the kids, or we didn't kill the kids.
And that's a big thing for me. Everybody passed the polygraph test, so I think they genuinely don't know. And if the kids are on the property, then they would have been put there by somebody else that they haven't polygraphed. That's just my opinion. Hey, Norma, my love, and Miss North Musings, good to see you. CE is how his time alive was documented, and that would be the Jewish calendar, which was what Indy was saying. What about your brother? Good question, Cindy. Good point. What about the brother?
Why do you think that they're not possibly, like, why that they didn't possibly wander into the woods?
Well, with the amount of resources that were used, and I mean, for everything from drones to helicopters to classified technology and all the searchers on the ground. I mean, searchers on bicycles. They did everything.
Or they died in the
On
elements.
the pipeline, they took in ATVs and Argos and side by sides. They used everything they could.
Tell me about, what do you make at this point of the investigation of what RCMP have been doing or not doing? What's your stance on all of that?
Well, I would like to go in for another whole round of polygraph exams. I mean, that would be, and maybe bring some new people in that are doing the polygraph exams. But I know they're hard at work. I've filled notebooks with just trying to help them find leads or give them any kind of small detail answers, many questions as I can, or, but I'm doing everything I can. I usually try to meet with them 3 times a week. And sometimes they're not around for that, or phone calls or texts, but whatever we can do.
So I guess.
So yeah, Scratch, you got a good point. Janie couldn't take one. So how did she pass? And that is a good point. Janie couldn't take one because of her physiology. So we can talk about that too. Sounds like he knows where they went. You think so, Indy? We're going to talk about Janie's polygraph after this.
To bring it back to the cadaver dogs, since you've been asking for it for so long, I guess, you don't have any information on how that will happen?
No, I don't even know where quite they're going to start searching, or where they're going to do. Are they going to expand out onto the properties? The property there is fairly small. It's only 2 acres. So.
Yeah. Will it be the whole 8.5 that they searched previously?
I don't know. That's a lot. That would be quite a few. That'd be a couple weeks probably on foot doing that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you look at the documents, and some of the other stuff RCMP has said or done, there's 70,000 drone photos that were taken during the search. That's a lot of photos. I mean, they had to review and do everything. So they would have found some kind of something there. Or even when they brought in classified technology, they scanned the whole area. They ever found a beaver and a coyote. That's all they found.
So why do you think this step is necessary?
Well, it just rules out one and brings the book a little bit closer to being closed. I mean, one chapter at a time.
How have you been doing?
Well, I'm not going to say I'm doing well, but doing better than I was at the start, I guess.
I think he is. I thought we saw that he had a new girlfriend too. In the Atlantic Ocean, I'm afraid. You think they're in the Atlantic Ocean? Dude, F the polygraph. Let's try hypnosis or psychic. That would be interesting for sure. You think he knows more than he's telling, Southern? Peaches McClure said, he somehow looks like both Pete Davidson and Steve Buscemi. He does. I like talking about history too. I like seeing it in photos. That's my favorite. I feel she knows where her children are. Shaking my head. As a mother myself, I could not know. I couldn't not know. Right. You wouldn't have been able to pull me away from that property, even with pliers. right after my children went missing. Even if I was fighting with my significant other, I would have said, look, we can just not talk to each other, but I'm going to be here and I'm going to search this property and I'm going to find my babies. Stephanie said he does, Peaches. Right, Stephanie? Right, Peaches?
It's physically exhausting, mentally exhausting, emotionally exhausting, but every day you wake up and it's a new day. New hope. And just keep going forward.
Tell me about the toll, like what you were just mentioning earlier about social media.
Yeah, social media has been quite a circus, we'll call it.
But that's because you've been out here running your mouth like a hen in a hen house, man, sir.
I can't control them, and they're free to judge. But maybe just use a little bit of this before they start typing or.
Oh, maybe you should have done that, sir. Maybe you should have used a little bit of that noggin before you ran in chats, talking and typing about sweaters being missing and kids being on a reservation, which makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. We're going to risk the whole entire reservation, the whole entire Spikanakte nation to hide 2 children that don't need to be hidden anyway, because Malaya could have picked up and took off with them because they're not his biologically. If Meadow was missing, it'd be different because that's his child biologically. And if she's trying to get out of the environment and make sure she keeps custody of her child, then I could see it happening with Meadow. But no, not these 2. Jack and Lily were not his biologically. She had custodial rights to them. So why the hell would she feel the need to take them out, hide them, and put them on the reservation when Daniel wouldn't have been able to keep them from her anyway? Full fucking stop.
Use an AI.
Out here running your mouth.
For pictures.
I mean, we're coming up on coming up to 5 months.
Yeah, in the second. So
Yep.
Yeah, it's less than 2 weeks.
Like, did you ever imagine that we'd be here still talking about this?
No. I thought with the amount of resources and amount of different units for RCMP working on it, everything from dive teams to canine units and they've dedicated teams just for social media. They have a dedicated guy that just sits there and watches highway cameras.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that we would still be here either. And like just now taking cadaver dogs out, behind on getting the trail camera footage, all of the things. I wouldn't think that either. Peaches said, most people on substances you'd never know. I've done hard substances with senators and lawyers when I was sugar babying. Friendly reminder that a lot of people who do substances you would never guess. Don't you know it? Yeah, we went one time. I was with, God, I must have been maybe 16. We were selling substances and we were selling booger sugar, and we would sell that. And my boyfriend at the time did it occasionally, but he would sell it and then go get Percocet or whatever for me because I was never really into that. Anyway, we ended up going to this house, and it was the fucking mayor of the town. Preachers. The same way, there was a church that, every single Wednesday and Sunday, that parking lot would be full to where people were parking on the side of the road. And that preacher was buying morphine. It's insane. The people you see, you would never even think. And I'm glad that you're not living that lifestyle anymore. Peaches McClure, congratulations for that. Kalisa, good to see you, says we've given Daniel too much credit. In my opinion, he's like a kid who starts making up stories, whatever he thinks the RCMP wants to hear when he isn't sure of the answer. And I could see that most definitely. But how is he passing a polygraph test if that's the case? Miss King, if anything, good to see you. Addiction does not discriminate. New girlfriend in 4 months. Wow, that's scary. I agree. Because in my opinion, he has low IQ and education and thinks he will get in trouble for being negligent or on substances, not because he hurt the kids. I think there was what I like to say is like minor or willful negligence. Not necessarily that they were being like negligent on purpose, but letting the kids run around and like wait for you to have to get up until 10 o'clock and they're not even getting breakfast yet. And then letting them play outside by themselves at that age is not necessarily like full on negligence, but like, minor negligence is what I call it. Kim said addiction doesn't discriminate. Everyone is vulnerable to it. I agree. My all 2025, I like your name and nice to meet you. Accountability is being missed. She cheated on me with my younger brother. I gave my all to be hurt and betrayed. I am so sorry. I don't know what you're referencing, but for whatever happened, I'm so sorry. That's horrible. And she didn't deserve you anyway. You're better than that, so keep that in mind. It's just irresponsible, right, Abraham? I agree.
So,
what's it been like for you now that we're back to September, school's back, and like seeing the school bus go by every day?
Yeah, no, it's hard. There's quite a few school buses that go by, and there's a lot of kids in the area I see, and it's sad. It's not just sad for Jack and Lily, but it's sad for everybody who knew Jack and Lily. They had friends, they went to school, and it's just, they had teachers that seen them every day, and it's just hard on everybody.
I know we ask you this every single time, but why do you keep doing it?
For Jack and Lily. I don't do this for myself because I'm going to see this online later, and people are going to analyze it. Every time I move my hands, every time I open my mouth, every facial expression, they analyze everything right down to a T. I know that.
That's what the internet does, unfortunately, for the victims in these situations. I mean, we analyze everything, but there's a clue in everything. I mean, you can't stop your physical gestures from giving clues away, especially in cases where the parents were responsible, like Jaden Spicer.
What would you like the public to know?
I want the public to know if anyone has any information, just please come forward. Call the RCMP, call your local police department, call Crime Stoppers.
Do you still think they're still alive?
Yes, I hope so. I mean, that's all we have is hope.
All right. So that's what Daniel's saying. Now, you guys brought up Janie. So let's go over here. So it said her physiology was the reason she could not take a polygraph test. Now, I said, how would someone's physiology keep them from taking a polygraph test? Someone's physiology can influence their ability to take a polygraph test in several ways. Emotional responses. Polygraphs often measure psychological responses such as heart rate and blood pressure, which can be affected by emotions like stress or anxiety. Stress and anxiety. High levels of stress can lead to psychological changes that might not accurately reflect a person's true feelings, potentially skewing the results of a polygraph test. Micro expressions. While polygraphs are designed to detect subtle changes in physiological responses, they can be influenced by micro expressions, which are brief changes in facial expressions that can indicate deception. If a person is lying, they may exhibit signs of discomfort or stress that can be interpreted as a lie. Cognitive processing. The way a person thinks and processes information can also impact their physiological response during a polygraph test. If a person is lying, they may not be able to think logically or truthfully, which can lead to inconsistencies in their physiological responses. In summary, physiological factors such as stress, emotional responses, and cognitive processing can significantly affect the accuracy of a polygraph test. Now we're going to jump over here to this video from July 18th. And we're going to look at Janie.
So this is the
I want you to watch specifically Janie.
Spectrum
after
has
this
helped us to grow the business from early on.
Commercial.
We could not operate without Spectrum. We feel supported. Spectrum's our company for building
I'm
more
glad.
golfologies in the
Look,
future.
I pushed mute
Bundle
and
internet
it didn't
and get
mute.
up to 4 months free.
Lord Jesus.
Spectrum has helped us to grow the business from early on.
We could not operate
All right,
without
Spectrum. I'm definitely
We
not
feel
buying now
supported.
since you made me
Spectrum's our
watch it
company
twice.
for building more golfologies in the
Celeste
future.
was too tired.
Bundle
Okay,
internet
hold
and
on
get
a
up to
minute.
4 months free.
Spectrum
this is-
definitely had our
Hold on.
pocketbook top of
Hold on a minute. All right, we're going to jump right back to this. Celeste was too tired to keep up with my stardom lifestyle and did me wrong after I made the sacrifices of going against the backlash from the public. Okay, if you are, okay, I don't know who you are, and I cannot verify that you are this person. I'm going to go along with you for a minute, but I highly doubt this is David or somebody related. But Celeste was too tired to keep up with my stardom lifestyle and did me wrong after I made the sacrifices of going against the backlash from the public. So if we're going to talk about going against the backlash from the public, by reading the messages, it seems that David very much, anytime Celeste made any kind of comments about them being together or, you know, getting on streams and things, she always hit her face. He kind of shut down any kind of suggestions that they were together because she was underage. I think he tried to keep it very much under wraps. Again, if you look at lyrics, which we're going to talk about, he talks about, you know, in 7 years, things will be better and we can do this and it'll be better. Things will be better. Basically, meaning when Celeste turned 18, then they could get married and they could be together. She was very, very underage when they got together. Allegedly late 11-year-old, early 12-year-old, and he was 17 or 18. That's a big problem. And he knew it was. You can see by the actions, by the screenshots of the Discord messages, by the lyrics of the song saying that they would be together when she basically turned 18. So therefore, he knew it was wrong. Celeste was more so about putting it in the public, and he tried to keep it quiet. So I don't think there would have been a lot of backlash from the public because he tried to shut it down. He didn't. It's not like he fed into it, if that makes sense. And Celeste being too tired to keep up with stardom lifestyle, it seems like she was very active with him and stayed with him much. I don't know much about their personal relationship, but she did seem to be on tour with him some and things like that. Peaches said, I've heard that artists can't have polygraph. Autistic can't have polygraphs, but I don't know if that's true. If we put every parent or family under a microscope like we do to families with missing kids, I think people would be shocked at what's common behavior behind closed doors. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Yeah, 7 years. I do agree it was a troll. It is what it is. Good to see you. He was an alleged pedo. No excuses. I agree. Donna Smith, good to see you. I have so much anxiety. I would likely fail a polygraph even if innocent. Right. I've been diagnosed with bipolar, so therefore I can't take a polygraph because of the same kind of reasons like Janie. Hey, Rubber Ramada. Rubber Ramada said, I don't see it being better when she turned 18, just my opinion. I agree. I was jumped by 10th graders in the bathroom that left me with 6 stitches on my eye. I am so sorry that that happened to you. Nobody deserves that, and I'm so sorry. I don't know what to tell you. If you're still in high school, you probably shouldn't be in this stream because it's for adults only. But if you're in high school, it gets better. Like your life hasn't even started. And I know that it sucks right now, but talk to teachers, counselors, or, you know, people at your school. Talk to your parents. Try to stay away from them as much as you can. Maybe take a friend with you to the bathroom so that it doesn't happen again. And I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, I don't want any children in here because this is not a child safe environment. That's what y'all don't report. I don't know, sweetheart. Okay, so let's talk about Janie and then we'll move on to David. It might do one more commercial. Okay. It better stop after this commercial.
I remember when agents, they didn't know their left hoof from their right.
Hold on. Seems to be working now. Jesus, hold on.
Rushmore here, and it's half
If it don't work, I'm
Find
just
the
gonna
best
skip
deal.
it.
Patio door.
Okay.
That Jack and Lily would have.
That Jack and Lily came out of.
I watched Janie. She's so like fidgety and emotional and like not high maintenance, but I don't know how to explain it.
it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me through what happened.
Okay, I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my tea. And then on Facebook, 7 o'clock.
The hand gestures and things like that.
I get up.
Well,
come over here.
Homeschooling is
Fed my
good, and I'm
chickens.
glad you're doing that.
My brother, Ron, called me at 8:48 and asked me if I wanted to go to town with him. And I said, no. I said, I'm staying home. I said, I'm going back to bed. Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking and the kids were out in the yard. Now, you can see there's 2 swings.
Not this
where the
part.
kids play. My bedroom
Hold
is right
on
there.
just a minute.
I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
You hear how high her voice is? Like how she's
so
getting
that's where-
excited
That's where I
about
heard
it?
them. And I can hear everything in that trailer. If 2 kids get out of a fence, and Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie, let's go,
Fidgety,
Jackie,
yes.
let's go. I didn't hear anything. The next thing I heard
Yep, exactly.
is
Kate.
I heard Daniel
Exactly.
yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily.
Yeah, the
I
fence was
didn't get
down,
up
actually. Yeah, thank you,
because
Southern.
I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily in the house. So the next thing you know,
Exactly, you
I
guys.
was-
Yep, exactly.
came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him, I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malaya was standing.
Right after this part, we'll stop. But you guys
Right
get what
here.
I'm saying.
With Meadow on her hip. And I come out and I said, what's up? She said, Jack and Lily are missing. I said, how long? She said, about 20 minutes. I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods. Just right up here. The kids have a little fort that they made out
I'm
of
gonna
sticks.
go towards the end.
This has been searched thoroughly. The well has been checked, the septic tank, all the barns were searched. My RV was searched 3 times.
So there, you can see she's very animated, high stress, high anxiety, fidgety, angry, all of that. That would make it to where she couldn't take a polygraph and pass. And she's probably got some type of psychological disorder. Like I said, I'm bipolar. So therefore, they wouldn't give me a polygraph test because me being bipolar could basically fudge the results. Ryan, good to see you, says she looks like someone with ADD that's highly stressed. Exactly. Hey, little Tez, by the way, I'm in David's Discord server. If you want to go through it for a bit, I can join Discord call. Oh, thank you for that. And it's nice to meet you. Oh, you mean her? It's like, why am I? I'm not yelling. I appreciate that. You know, I don't personally, but if you go to Down the Rabbit Hole News, like if you email her and I can drop her link, she might want to go through it. Or you can email me, but I know a lot of the Discord messages are out here. I don't know enough about the case to say, extensively that I would go through it with you because I might not understand everything. There's a lot of people out here that would love to go through it with you, I'm sure. A lot of people talking about it. She says she's an introvert and it's got to be super stressful to have thousands of people dissecting your every move you make, making fun of her little RV house. Exactly. Yep. That's weird. I wouldn't say the kids are missing. I would say I can't find them. You're only 20 minutes into noticing. That's true. You got a good point. Hey, Mustang. And it's fixed up compared to what it was when the children got missing. Yep. All right. So that was the thing about Janie and passing a polygraph. And before we leave Jack and Lily, I wanted to see if I saw any kind of verification on his car being towed. I mean, AI saying that Daniel Martell's vehicle was towed for evidence related to missing children's cases. This incident is part of the ongoing discussions and investigations surrounding the Jack and Lilly Sullivan case. It gives me
internet friends, hope you all are
A
doing
link.
well today.
Now, this is Daphne's case files. This is not, it's not, I mean, I don't know how to like verify it. Let me see what verification they have. Heard the car was towed from 1407. Wonder if it was a loud car. Daniel Martell says no cars were towed. I mean, if he said no cars were towed. I'm not impressed with investigators not even informing me or mom. I should release all the information I brought to major crimes that would point fingers. It's undeniable and I hold back. If that is him. I don't know. They told Malaya. Hold on a minute. Let me play this part.
Before we go on to our next spot here. So Daniel stated the other day on Sunny's chat, he says, I'm not impressed with investigators not even informing me or mom. Talking about like the cadaver search, I'm taking a while, I guess. I should release all the information I brought to major crimes that would point fingers. Yep. It's undeniable and I hold back. I'm just going to throw in my opinion real quick. If he had anything incriminating against Malaya or whatever, don't you think he would have already like put it out there? Like, for instance, on the first day, they already started trying to find people to blame, like Cindy, Malaya's mom, like saying
I just dropped the link to this video.
She showed up too early. Like, hey, come on, you know what I mean? All right, let's go to the next one. He says they told Malaya. So they told Malaya they were coming out to search, but they didn't tell you, I'm guessing.
And that would make me think that they thought he might be responsible for something. And then this one says, I don't need a criminal lawyer, believe me.
And then Daniel says, I don't need a criminal lawyer. And then look at that, believe me. And when I read that, believe me, I always hear Janie's voice, believe me.
Oh, yeah, we just saw that with Janie. Yep, very much. This one, if it is Daniel, now I don't know. Let me put my banner up. I wasn't there. I wasn't in this chat. I wasn't the one typing. So therefore, I didn't see, even if I had been in the chat, I wouldn't be able to tell if it was actually Daniel or not. So I don't know, but this allegedly is him. This says, I searched out as far as 6 kilometers, all trails and roads. I believe that. And that could be why he's saying he's 100% sure they won't find anything. This one is from Daniel, allegedly. I have Malaya's court documents at the house from the custody battle with Cody. Malaya left all her belongings at the house. The documents say awful stuff about Cody. I believe that to be true. Honestly, because I mean, I believe that she left without grabbing her shit, because they talk about her being in the back of the ambulance and then with her mother, and then they left. Did anyone see the Australian woman who was beheaded and had a C-section? Jesus. My God. No, I didn't. That's horrific. Hey, heathen. Good to see you. Missing is a big part of my vocabulary, so I might even say the kids are missing. I can't find them in that scenario. Maybe. Okay, Kim, have a good day. That just happened in Dallas a month ago to an Indian man. What? That is insane, y'all. My God. Appear outwardly calm, use past tense to refer to a child, display threat body language, exhibit self-destruction behaviors, or try to distance himself from the situation rather than... Okay, that's just somebody's guilty. Signs of deception. She's talking about signs of deception. I think that's about it. So people think that Daniel's being deceptive. But again, I mean, if he's being deceptive, I think they would have gotten that in the polygraph. So I don't know. Again, I'm glad that they're taking the cadaver dogs out there. I hope they'll find something. The whole entire world needs answers, and Jack and Lily need to be found or laid to rest if that's the case. All right, let's talk about David. I keep writing his name wrong. I did just find this while we were live, so I'm going to read this article to you. This is titled "Report: New Twist in the Case of a Teen Found Deceased in Singer's Tesla from 3 hours ago." Oh, this is one of the picture ones. Okay. So the 15-year-old girl discovered dead in the trunk of singer David's Tesla had repeatedly run away from home due to a turbulent family life, law enforcement sources told TMZ. Celeste Rivas, whose body was found earlier this month, had been reported missing multiple times by her family in Lake Elsinore, according to Riverside County law enforcement records. And remember, we talked about that. I said they probably brought her back several times and she just left again. She is so pretty. Cindy, I hope you feel better. Are you leaving? Okay, love. We'll get you some rest. I hope you feel better, sweetheart. Oh, really? What? What did I do? Celeste's remains were released to her family today. So I wonder if we got her cause of death. Let's see. Oh, there's the article on that. All right, we'll jump to that article next, and then I'll see if we can find the cause of death, if it's not in that article. Investigators from the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division are now piecing together her history in an effort to understand the circumstances leading up to her death. Sources told TMZ that detectives believe, quote, there's lots of evidence Celeste comes from a troubled home, which may have, quote, triggered her desire to run away, unquote. A liquor store owner near Celeste School bus stop recalled one incident on March 19th of 2024 when her sister came in to review security footage in a desperate attempt to trace Celeste's steps after she fled. And again, I want you to remember all the photos where she's hiding her face. She doesn't want to be on camera. She's wearing big sunglasses or a hoodie over her head. She was hiding, in my opinion, from her family because she was actively missing. And David kept going and picking her up and wanting her to be there with him or whatever reason, probably grooming. I mean, you know, the list goes on. And she was actively hiding from her parents and from everybody looking for her. I think her family made an attempt to locate her and bring her back, and she just kept running away. There are pictures floating around of her, and she's very young in them. You can tell she's a kid. Yeah, allegedly 11 or 12. I don't know. You don't on a rapper's, you don't what? On a rapper's Twitch? I don't think we have a cause of death yet. They ordered a toxicology report, or maybe I'm thinking of another case. I don't think that yeah, we have one yet, but we're gonna look. People in this Discord reported her to police in 2023. You don't hide on a rapper's Twitch or the biggest social media websites. That's true. But like, okay, at that point, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go get her and bring her back and she's gonna run away again? I don't know. I don't know. Her middle school teacher also told TMZ that Celeste had previously vanished in 2024. Police eventually found her in the Hollywood Hills the following month and returned her home. Notably, David also lives in the Hollywood Hills. Celeste later disappeared for the last time in April. It remains unclear if the family contacted Los Angeles police during that spring disappearance to determine whether Celeste had been where she had been staying after she was found in February. Celeste was allegedly able to move around undetected by using, quote, multiple fake IDs to make herself appear older than she was. Who do you think got her those fake IDs? Not if allegedly she and the sister took $9,000 a week through Apple Pay. I hope that is wrong. I cannot verify. It's purely a rumor. How interesting. I hadn't heard that yet. I wonder if we can verify it. That just tells me he was obsessed with her, couldn't stop, and showed her all over. She was active in his life online and off. 0907 was one username. And that's her birth date. Yep. I'm sure the parents felt at loss with her and continuing to leave. Yep. Hio knows a lot about this case, and she talked about it extensively, and I talked about it with her some, and then I picked it up afterwards. But I was in her live last night, which I want to share with you guys, and she was talking about a case out of Massachusetts. I mean, a crazy case that was so interesting about a young girl who was kidnapped from a family barbecue, thrown off a bridge in a bag, or like with a bag tied around her head. 50-foot bridge, swam 100 yards to shore and got out. And there was a question of whether her kidnapper did it or her father. I just dropped the link to Hio's live from last night. Actually, one of the jurors from that case came in and spoke. So if you guys haven't seen it, definitely check it out. It's real interesting. Okay, why are we not highlighting comments? If she comes from an unstable home, I'm sure her parents had other kids and a job to worry about too. Yeah, and I mean, I agree. You don't really want to say it out loud, but I do get that. Because you don't want it to seem like, the parents didn't care about her as much as the others. But I know what you're saying. Like, she keeps running away, keep trying to bring her back. Allegedly, there's money being paid to people, and I've got more verification of that. And I believe it. If we're paying $20,000 a month for rent, I mean, my God, I could buy a house with that. A shitty one, but a house nonetheless. Before authorities officially identified Celeste's body, TMZ said they received a tip that she was the victim found in David's car. When contacted, her mother revealed Celeste had a distinctive red tattoo on her right index finger and had been dating someone named David. That information was relayed to LAPD homicide detectives, who later confirmed her identity. Police have not announced any suspects in the case. That's important. David has not been named a suspect in this case. Why? Mark the Shark, hola. You're welcome. Mark the Shark, it's good to see you. Also, if parents were illegal, they may have been worried about ICE, like both parents being deported. So that's a rumor that I've heard. I haven't been able to verify it. I've heard her mother was not here in the country legally, so she didn't go to police. Now, I don't know that to be true, and I want to be very careful about that. If it's true, it would make you understand why maybe she didn't go to the police as much, but I would say she did, because Celeste was reported missing. They went out looking for her several times. So, I mean, I want to be very careful about that and kind of keep that, as, yeah, we can think about it, but maybe not say it out loud. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody. You know what I mean? Okay. Police have not announced any suspects in the case. On Tuesday, Daily Mail confirmed via Los Angeles County Coroner's Office that the family of the Rivas are now able to retrieve her remains. Rivas' remains were discovered after the vehicle was taken to a Hollywood tow yard in an impound. Police said a day before she would have turned 15. There had been significant decomposition on her person, indicating her remains had been in the Tesla for some time, officials told the outlet. Rivas had been reported to authorities as a missing person in May of 2024, officials said. Last week, police raided David's Hollywood Hills home, searching for blood evidence in connection with the case. David has not been formally charged with any violation as of Wednesday morning. The Daily Mail has reached out to David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, for further comment on the story. David and the late teen were seen in a picture that surfaced last week as they sat together in a green booth at a venue, as a picture flash can be seen in a mirror in the background. In the recently obtained photo, David was clad in a black shirt with a white spider graphic on the chest, which he was also wearing when he was pictured with musical megastar Billie Eilish in the fall of 2023. The two appeared to be cozy at the time, as the teenager was pictured staring affectionately at the TikTok breakout star. So they're telling you that he was wearing the same shirt because it might be a photo from 2023 when he met Billie Eilish, either before or after he actually met her. this could have been them, going out afterwards to a special venue to, have drinks, a club or whatever, before or after. Where are you going on the road to? In case you guys don't know, Mark the Shark is a friend to the channel as well. And it's out in California following this case extensively. And I don't know if I can pull up. Let me see if it'll pull up his page. See, when I look for Mark the Shark, it shows me. Oh, look. It came up. You've been putting in that work, Mark the Shark. So I put in Mark the Shark, and right here it is. Mark the Shark. Breaking news. Eyewitness comes forward with possible sighting of Celeste Rivas and the David case. Streamed an hour ago. Mark is on it. Like, daggone it. 19,881 views. You're doing good job. You're doing a good job over there, Mark. I'm going to drop the link for Mark. Make sure you check him out. In my opinion, I feel her family were victims. I heard David was known to pay off anyone who knew them. Rumors, but not confirmed. Yep, we're going to talk about that too. I had her personally, but that's interesting and sad if true. Hey, Tina. Your comment got bumped. What did you say, sweetheart? When the kids don't want to listen, it translates to they were looking for what they got, not as in they deserved it. What else would you expect for not listening to your elders? I get it. Stopping to slam the like button and say hello. Hey, Lori Ann, and thank you for hitting that thumbs up. I appreciate it. The discovery of the images comes as police exited the premises with multiple bags of evidence as well as a computer, TMZ reported last week. More media surfacing connecting the musician to the deceased teenager has surfaced. Coming in the okay, let me take a sip of my coffee and try to read that again. I apologize. The discovery of the images comes as police exited the premises with multiple bags of evidence as well as a computer, TMZ reported last week. More media surfacing connecting the musician to the deceased teenager has surfaced, coming in the form of a January 2024 stream that both of them were pictured on. At one point during the stream, Rivas was encouraging David to answer a question from the viewer. And the video we're going to look at kind of goes through the case, and it shows that and what she said. Because remember, we looked at it yesterday, and I was like, that's not showing everything she said. People online also pointed to a 2022 single and video from the artist titled Romantic Homicide, which featured a dark-haired female who bore a striking resemblance to Rivas. Internet sleuths also unearthed a song from the artist revealing a potentially game-changing clue in the teen's gruesome death in the form of a December 2023 track titled Celeste Demo Unfinished. The lyrics revealed a number of identifying traits Rivas had prior to her tragic death. They include, quote, "Oh, Celeste, the girl with my name tattooed on her chest, smell her on my clothes like cigarettes. I hear her voice each time I take a breath. I'm obsessed." A subsequent set of lyrics points to what appears to be a romantic relationship the artist is describing with the subject of his song. They include, "Oh, Celeste, afraid you'll only love me when undressed, but you look so damn gorgeous in that dress. Missing you so much makes me depressed. But I digress, because it is not known if David was singing about Rivas in the track." Well, who the hell else would he be singing about? You know what I mean? I don't believe any of those rumors. This was a 20-year-old kid on the rise. This wasn't some grown-ass man with lots of money and influence. Well, he did have a lot of money and influence, but yeah, 20-year-old kid on the rise. Well, I don't know where it went, sweetheart. I wish I could see it. What did you say? What was your opinion? I would love to know. Try to type it again. YouTube is mean. Maybe type it in a different way. So that way, if YouTube did kick it, then it will still be able to read. As of September of 2025, musician David's net worth is estimated to be between 2 million and 3 million. Magazines say, I don't know. Thank you for that. It's more like which few videos are not about Celeste. Almost every video is about her, her doppelganger, and them, and etc. And I saw, by the way, that you guys had commented that a lot of his video shows a girl that looks strikingly similar to Celeste. I think, like he said in the song Celeste, he was obsessed. And somebody else said thank you, and they hyped my video. And to them, I don't think I got a chance to type it, but thank you so much for hyping the live streams and the videos. It helps out so much in getting us out into the algorithm. Super new to stardom, I agree. YouTube's bots automatically kick certain keywords. Happens to me all the time. Yes, it does. If this was an older man with time in the industry and lots of money, then I'd see how over time things can progressively get there. I agree. Yeah, Abraham always does have great insight. A lot of you do, and I appreciate that. All right, this reads, body of dismembered girl found in singer David's Tesla is released. And this is another photo one. So the remains of Celeste Rivas, which were found in a vehicle owned by singer David, have been released to her survivors. Daily Mail confirmed via the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office that the family of Rivas are now able to retrieve her remains. The Los Angeles Police Department remains probing the death of the teenager who was found inside a Tesla owned by the musical artist earlier this month. Rivas, pictured to the left, remains were discovered after the vehicle was taken to a Hollywood tow yard in an impound, police said. Rivas' remains were found by authorities early in September, a day before she would have turned 15, sources told the outlet. There had been significant decomposition on her person, indicating her remains had been in the Tesla for some time, officials told the outlet. Rivas ran away from her home in Lake Elsinore, California, multiple times due to family squabbles, police told the outlet. Rivas had been reported to authorities as a missing person in May of 2024, officials said. Police on Wednesday raided David's Hollywood Hills home, searching for blood evidence in connection to the case. David has not been formally charged with any violation as of Tuesday afternoon. The Daily Mail has reached out to David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, for further comment on the story. Basil is here. Ever love me? Good to see you. The industry David is in is not safe for young adults or kids. Look how many end up dead young. I agree. There was two Celeste. Heo talked about it extensively. There's like a star at the bottom, and it'll like allow you to hype them. It's on some of the YouTube streams. It'll say hype this video, and it's like a shooting star kind of thing. You'd have to look and find it. Some people see it, some people don't. Brenda said it's crazy. Just click it and it hypes it, then have to wait to comment. It's stupid. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Are we allowed to share like our hobbies and crafts in the Discord? Oh, yeah. Of course, Peaches. I try to be in there more too. I've got a lot going on right now, but I try to get in there occasionally. I'll be in there more during the winter too, when I'm not outside as much. David and the late teen were seen in a picture that surfaced last week as they sat together in a green booth at a venue. As a picture flash can be seen in the mirror. I think we've read all this. The discovery of the images come as police exited the premises with the evidence bags and the computer right here. This is an important picture. More media surfacing connecting the musician to the deceased teenager has surfaced, coming in the form of a January 2024 stream that both of them were pictured on. At one point during the stream, Rivas was encouraging David to answer questions. David reportedly reposted a TikTok clip showing a man chopping up lunch meat, suggesting that was the proper way to deal with a love interest who was talking to other people. Really? So this picture allegedly shows David paying people to keep quiet, from what I heard. Staging, or I might can get Heo to make a subsection for crafts and things in the Discord. How did she end up in his car? Was she placed there originally, moved there after? Something doesn't make sense. There's a lot in this case that doesn't make sense, but I'm thinking she was moved there after she was dismembered. Oh, really? Well, thank you for that. He really only was making tracks to use in his Roblox, kept getting copyright strikes with his Bandcamp equipment. I heard that. Celeste Memorial, is that where you're going? Okay. Yeah, so he is going to make a section for what we're making. I got a lot of stuff going on too. Hey, Psychic. It was what, 3 years? I think so, yeah. Oh, yeah, Green Eyes. I think he was still enjoying his rise to fame too. So, yeah, that allegedly shows him handing a bag of money to people to allegedly keep quiet about their relationship. Amid the grim new developments, the comment section on the clip on TikTok where David minted his fame and reputation was populated with users who were pointing out the similarities between the rapper's fondness for the clip and the ghastly discovery made earlier this month in Southern California. One user said, "This makes me utterly sick watching this, knowing she was found dismembered. Poor girl, justice for Celeste. Smile, guys, we're going to be in a documentary," said one commenter, while another pointed out the musical artist's social media likes, suggesting to look at all his timeline in his repost. And there he is doing the symbol like they had tattooed on their fingers. Okay, so Mark the Shark, who I dropped the link for, is going to Celeste Memorial to put flowers in vases. That is so very sweet of you. Thank you, Hio. I'll be on the lookout for the new sub chat. I just worked so hard on it, and it's the best I've done so far. That's amazing. Keeps jumping chat. I don't know. I don't know why YouTube's being weird, Brenda. And if anyone has ever smelled decomposition, they will never forget it. Yeah, I agree. Okay. There it is. Okay. In another similar comment referring to society's true crime obsession, one user wrote, "We're all going to be on Netflix soon, aren't we?" Byron, the content creator who posted the initial chopping video, issued a statement making clear he did not have David in mind when he posted the clip originally. "My TikTok was a satirical joke, referencing a cucumber trend not related to any current events or public figures," Brian said. He said the clip had been meant for entertainment purposes at the point in time and not linked to the homicide probe. Brian said, "Of David, I have no idea who Bro was until today. Keep that in mind." People online also pointed to a 2022 single and video from which the artist had titled "Romantic Homicide," which featured a dark-haired female who bore a striking resemblance to Rivas. There he is with that. That's that Billie Eilish picture. So it probably is the same area where he was pictured with Khalees. Can't understand how neighbors and tow people and law enforcement didn't discover it sooner. The odor is very difficult to ignore. Yeah, considering that it was in the Hollywood Hills, it's probably a, don't ask questions type of thing. Internet sleuths also unearthed the song. That's the song talking about Celeste. Yeah. "Oh, Celeste, afraid you'll love me when I'm undressed. But you look so damn gorgeous in that dress. Missing you so much makes me depressed, but I digress because..." And then it wasn't immediately clear if he was talking about Rivas. Now let's go over here and look at some videos that I have compiled about the case that I found, not that I made myself. It's one I really want to talk to you about. I think it's this. Hold on a minute. I want to make sure it's the correct. I get the correct video first. I know you can't see it. I'm going to pull it up in just a second. It's this one. Okay. So this one's going to talk about the everything going on a little bit more, and it's also going to show the video that I was looking for before. This is called The David Situation Gets Much Worse, and it's from Jamari. I'm going to grab his link and share it. Let me drop that in chat. All right.
Week, I had made a video about the ongoing situation with music artist David and how he had potentially ruined his entire career and life due to his potential involvement with the missing 14-year-old girl named Celeste Hernandez. David,
I think he has ruined his career. He's been dropped from his label. They moved from the house. Like, I think all of this has ruined his career. And, you know, I don't know if you guys have ever watched Jaguar, right? But like they talk about, she talked about an incident where Aaliyah and Beyonce were both coming up at the same time. Beyonce was separating from Destiny Child and becoming like an independent artist, right? And there's rumors that Aaliyah did not want to get on the plane that she died on, that they had to sedate her and carry her on the plane to which she later died on, and that she was taken out so that Beyonce could rise to fame. And I remember that story in my head, and then I think about David and Celeste in this whole situation and the fact that he hasn't been arrested or named a person of suspect yet. Hasn't been named a suspect in the case, I apologize, yet. So it makes me wonder if somebody was trying to take him out and basically fuck up his whole entire career before it even got taken off real good. You know what I mean? You remember it, Heathen? It's interesting that he's not a suspect in this. Like, I really truly wonder if somebody's trying to keep him from rising to fame, and they basically did. He's been dropped by his music label and everything. I don't think he's going to recover from this.
It went from aspirations of gaming and streaming fame to becoming an internet superstar musician with his songs trending all over TikTok. And for more information on his rise, you guys can check out my last video on this topic. But today I have updates for you guys, including more evidence that makes David look even guiltier than he did before. I told you.
Okay, Peaches, I sure will. Thank you for sharing with us on the craft subsection on the Discord.
You last time that when they found the dismembered body in the back of his Tesla, that he tried to completely ignore the situation and continue with his countrywide tour that he was on at the time. But now the situation has gotten to a point where they had to totally cancel the rest of his shows, and his label Interscope has also pulled all marketing and promotion on him amid this investigation. And as reported,
so basically he's lost everything. Hey, Native, good to see you. He lost everything.
Last time he was complying with the authorities, but the police have still not publicly listed him as a person of interest. And based on the evidence I have, David has still been extremely active online, even as recently as yesterday. So let's start with the fact that people had been calling David out with these Epstein EDP rumors since last year. Although he went back and turned off his comments on this specific TikTok, someone had left a comment as early as February 2024 saying, waiting for
LAPD to get your ass for messing with a 13-year-old girl. I don't think he should have been messing with somebody who was so much younger than him. I mean, but again, I think he should have waited until she was older. I do. I don't see what business a freaking 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old man has with a girl, with a child at the time when they first started talking so young. But then we talk about, you know, when we get older, and it's not that weird for like a 25-year-old to be dating a 30-year-old or married to a 30-year-old, you know, a 40-year-old or 45-year-old to be married to a 35-year-old. You know what I mean? It's accepted. But when you're at that age, it's a big difference to me.
PD to get your ass for messing with a 13-year-old girl on a TikTok that he had captioned, me to everyone I tricked into thinking this was a love song. And even back 2 weeks ago when the body was initially discovered, a Reddit user had commented, "This guy is a PDF from what I've heard. My sister, who is now in 9th grade, told me that he was dating an 8th grader, let's just call her C, and she would go on trips with him to LA. They're all in 9th grade now, and it turns out C's friends knew and he would pay them to keep their mouth shut. C has been missing for over a month now and no one knows her whereabouts. Definitely something strange going on." Which
we talked about that comment yesterday, and now here you see the video where it appears that David is paying somebody money in a big paper bag. Right, you're 8 years older than your boyfriend. See, she was a kid at the time, but I mean, when you're older, it's not that much of a difference, but they needed to be older first. I've seen those little pimple patches that are stars, but I think he does have a star tattoo. When both parties are adults, it's fine, whatever the age, in my opinion. Yep, but not as underage children. He shouldn't have been talking to her, period. I went through this. I was 15, he was 23. My daughter is the same age as Celeste. A 20-year-old has nothing in common with a 15-year-old girl. I agree with that, Britt. In my opinion, the LAPD is unmotivated to investigate unless there is money or media involved. As a teen runaway, Celeste would be low priority. After the media discovered the details, they were forced to care. I agree. I joke with him, when I was 18, he was 10. Yeah. But you're older now, and so it's not that much of a big difference because you're adults. You got to think about the mindset of like a 10 or, a late 11, early 12-year-old girl and a 17-year-old. Like there's a big difference in mindset and maturity. I need to refill my coffee real quick, so I'm going to let this play for a minute.
Which does line up with photos of David handing what appears to be teenagers a brown bag and also a stack of cash. There was also a clip that resurfaced where David appears on stream with who people are saying is Celeste, and the girl in the video says something very strange.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything goes. Everything.
So he tells his moderators there to straight up delete everything. Also, pay attention to the chat, as his fans literally joked about him going on an Epstein flight. They also talk about a David and Celeste Island trip, while also saying that he is both canceled and cooked. Someone also...
So that was the entire clip. He says, "I media trained you." She says says that's controversial. And she says, "Isn't raping, raping kids, controversial?" Why would she say, if they're in a romantic relationship and love each other and really want to be with each other, like, why is she saying raping? Why did she use that word? I wonder. She knew it was wrong, right? And then they talk about delete it immediately. I think he was obsessed with her. I really, really do. And it's weird that she would say that, but maybe it was, again, an immature mindset because she is very much a child. I don't know. Also, Celeste was 14. She passed before her 15th birthday. Yep. He shouldn't be housing a minor. Okay, so that's not an issue. If you were dating an 18-year-old, I'd side-eye you. Not going to lie. I side-eye lots of scenarios, to be honest. I agree. Why did she say raping children? Like, if they're in a relationship, why did she use that word? That's so weird to me.
Released a video from one of his concerts where he plays this unreleased song where David says this.
About the love when I'm with you, 'cause I be breaking it all the time. And I don't really mean to cause no issue. But I need you to know,
I mean, come on, guys.
So, yeah, even in his lyrics of his song, you can see that he knew it was wrong and that he shouldn't be doing it. And that's probably going to be used against you. She knew it was wrong. Yep. He warned her, made it clear he would go to jail because of statutory rape. Seems like she was well aware it was wrong. I agree. Cat with a K, good to see you. Maybe she figured out the industry words. she probably, or in how the industry works, she probably did, because he was up and coming stardom. She probably did, because technically in the eyes of the law, it is because she is underage and can't give consent, in my opinion. Yeah, but to say it, to classify what should be it's being portrayed as like a relationship between the two where they very much are in love. Why would she use that word? Like, I don't know. Sounds like he introduced her to, oh, that's a possibility, Peaches, because he was into gore corn. Very possible. Everyone around him knew. Seems like everyone around her knew too. I agree.
It was like this guy was addicted to dry snitching on himself in his songs and his music videos. And in a song called Decide that he released back in 2022, back when this girl Celeste would have been 11 years old, David sings, "I know what the problem is, save your tears, 7 years, I know life is complicated." When obviously.
So 7 years from that point would have been when Celeste turned 18. All these things tell me that he was obsessed with her. I've touched on that, Green Eyes, or I've thought about that. I wonder if she was being trafficked. I don't know. She seems to have went there willingly, but people who are trafficked, it doesn't necessarily, I mean, they end up falling in love with their abusers. And he was definitely grooming her, so it's a possibility in my eyes. He may have other kids in her presence. I don't know, maybe. He said it to control her, maybe keep her scared, possibly, because she was groomed and probably realized it later in the relationship. She supposedly was trying to get away from him. See, that's what I've heard too. Hey, Dandy, dry self snitching. That's a funny word. I agree. But yeah, I heard that she was trying to leave him or something to that effect, and I think that's when allegedly he might have snapped. Hey, Brady, good to see you. You've been sick. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I hope you get better. I'm so sorry. This is the owner of the channel I'm watching this video from that I dropped the link for, Jamari, I do believe. I found his perspective interesting, and he had a lot of good information. Kalisa said she kind of knew she was groomed, but cared about him too. That's it. That's it. And she probably liked the lifestyle, the money, the clothes, the cars. He trained her, groomed her. He knew she was vulnerable. It is a very crazy story. I agree with all of you.
Obviously, in 7 years from then, she would have been of age.
Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Okay, so the plan is hopefully this music thing takes off crazy next year.
Why is he saying? Why are you saying that like you're not like up there, gang?
Well, I'm not there yet, but hopefully it's like even crazier next year. And then I'm going crazy year after year for the next 3 years, and then on the 4th year I retire, and on the 5th year I'm off the grid, living somewhere like on an island with this crazy crib, no social media, no digital footprint. I'm just gone. In 5 years, I'm gonna be gone.
Will you still remember me?
Yeah, bro. You'll have like the secret codes to the mansion.
Yeah?
You can pull up on every.
What's the secret code? Give us the first 2 numbers.
Absolutely not.
Now, 5 years from that clip would also be when Celeste would be 18 years old. There was also rumors that the two of them even shared a Spotify playlist together, and there was a video from June 27th of last year where it looks like someone is sneaking her backstage at one of David's shows. Now that looks...
If he's talking about going off grid on his own island when she turns 18, that would make me question, was he doing all this just for them to be together? Like, I think he did a lot. Like, all the songs, all the models are her doppelgangers. A lot of songs reference what we think was their relationship and her specifically. Like, I wonder if he was that obsessed with her that he was doing all of this for her, and they were going to basically disappear and live happily ever after when she turned 18. But she started to leave and didn't want to be with him no more, so he snapped and killed her. Like, I think he was like obsessed in a very unhealthy way with her. Hey, Krista. He's going to be off the grid within 4 years, like maybe jail. Yeah, it reminds me of those. I'll have to pull one up and show you. Well, possibly paid off, looking for her, not able to find her. There's a lot. People were saying she was a runaway, but she seemed to be running towards him. She thought it was a fated or destined thing, as a child would of that age. You know what I mean? It's common for victims to care about their abusers. It's part of the codependent and grooming scenario. Exactly.
To me, like the body language of someone who is trying to be hidden. And it really does make me question, like, how many people were complicit in this cover-up? How many people knew that David was running around with this underage missing girl? Because even in his Discord, it's quite apparent that some of his fans kind of knew what was going on.
And I had the idea to kind of make this first music video introduce a character that I had been kind of ideating for a really long time. That's why you see him with the blindfold and the bloody shirt aesthetic and the bow tie. I'm really big into anime and I'm really big into manga. And I wanted to make my own manga series at one point. And I was writing a lot of poems and writing a lot of things for it. And a big part of that manga was an evil version of me named Itami, which means pain in Japanese. And he wears his blindfold and he's basically an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego. And the story of the manga went like I was a detective and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, and he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself. He's holding the knife with the bloody thing. You get the girl who's basically like the ghost of the person that he killed. Was his first victim in the manga.
Other than that, internet investigators found an old video of David cleaning someone's shoes.
So that goes back to the alter ego thing. You know what I mean? Krista, when you said he's going to be off the grid within 4 years, LOL, maybe jail. This is not the specific one, but I did find this one that basically shares what I was trying to show y'all. I know y'all have seen them. I'm going to mute it because it does a song. You know the one where it says like mom 19 here, mom 19, daughter 8, and then it shows the dad and like he's in jail or behind bars or whatever, dad's 69. That's what it reminded me of the when you did the off the grid thing. I know y'all have seen those before. What is manga? Well, let's talk about that for a minute. You know, Stephen Stearns talked about manga or manga. I don't know how you pronounce it. My daughter would know. She's cosplaying as a one of the characters for Halloween this year. So manga or manga is comics or graphic novels originating from Japan. Manga refers to comics or graphic novels originating from Japan. The term is derived from two Japanese words, man, meaning whimsical or entertaining, and ga, meaning pictures of images. Manga encompasses a wide range of styles and genres. Is typically printed in black and white. In Japan, the term manga can refer to both comics and cartoons, while in English, it specifically denotes comic books and graphic novels produced in Japan. And basically, it's the like comic book, anime style things, you know, like Naruto, things like that. A lot of kids in this day and age are into that. You're welcome, Donna. Oh, no, you're good. No, it just reminded me of that. Shelby, I'm just eating and silently watching. Silently watching.
Captioned, I clean people's shoes as a side hustle, by the way. And then they also found a picture of the girl Celeste sitting on a bus with the very...
Now, we looked at that yesterday. The shoes he appears to be cleaning appear to be like pink and red, not necessarily those that were in that.
Captioned, I clean people's shoes as a side hustle, by the way. And then they also found a picture of the girl Celeste sitting on a bus with the very same Jordans.
Now, look at that. That's a damn school bus, y'all. That's a damn school bus. Reiterating this child's age. Lots of similar moons looking girls with big tatas. Yeah. A lot of it is. Manga. My brother does gore comic books, and we were raised strictly religious also. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can
And
see
things
that.
would only get creepier when a now deleted user in his Discord server, who people suspect was Celeste, shared a photo where she has a David tattoo on her ring finger, which dons a wedding ring. The same user also shared what appears to be her and David backstage laying down together. And in this alleged screenshot, David even claims that he and the deleted user have a kid on the way back in July of 2024, which people obviously speculate could be the very reason that she ended up losing her life.
I don't think that makes sense, because if she was pregnant in July of 2024, then she would have had that baby like at the beginning of the year, like way back. So what, I mean, I know she had been decomposing for some time, but like I think the last time anybody heard from her was the end of August. Like that baby would be 4 months old. I mean, I don't know. That baby would have been born at the very least. I don't think that she was pregnant. I think she might have been at one time and got an abortion or something to that effect, but I don't think she was killed because she was pregnant. The dates don't add up. Vor, not gore. They are different. It might be. Somebody said vor, and I don't know what that is, so it probably is different. Maybe she lost the baby. I think so, Donna. There is that could be a possibility as well. I don't know what happened. I didn't mean to say I think so, but I agree it is a possibility, and there is allegations of drug use, so I think it is a possibility.
Keep in mind, guys, at this time, all the information I'm sharing in this video is pure speculation, and technically it is innocent until proven guilty, no matter how bad it may look. There was also old chats dug up where David says that he was addicted to watching videos, and to me with
gore,
some of this, it's like, at what point do they really consider like shutting down Discord or having a much heavier moderation system on that? I just really feel like every time some sick shit is happening, Discord is always involved as the means of communication. Now, to get back to the evidence, back in January of last year, David had posted a video on TikTok in which a user says, "Please adopt me, I need it." And David tags an account with the username 09-07 and says, "Should we?" And I want you guys to just take a wild guess whose birthday was on September 7th. Which is also the very same day that David released his song Romantic Homicide, which, like I told you last video, was the disturbing imagery of a body being thrown into the trunk of a car. I mean,
and y'all pointed that out, and I didn't catch it the first time. That in that video, it showed somebody being put in the trunk of a car. And every time there's a knife fight, there's a knife. Also, at that age, your body is really ready to carry a pregnancy. And I feel like with a lot of people that miscarry, it's their first baby. A miscarriage was my first. I'm sorry, Shelby. I'm sorry that you went through that. Yeah, at that age, I don't think your body would be ready to carry a pregnancy like you were saying.
Was the disturbing imagery of a body being thrown into the trunk of a car. I mean, it's like all the dominoes are falling, all the evidence is lining up against David. I don't really know what more people need to see. He also made this video in 2024, when your car declined to therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl that you met in 2021, and apparently
Yeah, see, there's so much relating to Celeste. I genuinely believe he was very obsessed with her. Like, to the extent of, I question whether his whole music career was to make money for them to be together.
Apparently, this girl was known for her love of Hello Kitty. There are alleged Instagram story leaks from her.
Boyfriend's Kitty.
Where she has Hello Kitty Crocs on and is potentially talking about David's Hello Kitty doll. From the same Instagram leaks, people found.
So here's one of the bracelets. Y'all were talking about bracelets yesterday, which I found interesting.
Her wearing a bracelet that matches this photo of a hand on David's face, and they also found her purse in the background sitting on the couch of one of David's TikTok videos with the same two keys you see there on the strap. And there was even speculation that David got the license plate on his Sprinter van chain.
Wow. Everything. I mean, again, basically everything was about her. Literally everything. He was so fucking obsessed, and it's so dangerous because if she did try to leave, like some people myself included, suspect, I could definitely see him losing his mind to the extent that he commits a quote-unquote romantic homicide.
To
No
match
pun
her name.
intended.
And people also found some alarming reposts on his TikTok page where there are jokes about ending your girlfriend's life for talking to other guys and being so jealous about stories from her past that you blow her brains out. Like, David, what past are
Yeah.
you talking about? Like back when she was in elementary school on the playground, you sick bastard?
Exactly. What past are you talking about? Because you met her when she was fucking 11, early 12. What past? There is no past. The fuck? When she was fucking in the womb?
And here is where things get even stranger to me. Like I said, the police had not listed him as like a person of interest or even a suspect. And like I said, there is evidence that David has been online as recently as yesterday. Some of you may know that David was really close to a lot of the biggest streamers online. Him and this guy Jason had even made a song together that has now been taken off YouTube. And this streamer Lacey revealed that David had been watching his stream only 3 days ago.
David was in the viewer list on my stream and he just unfollowed me on Twitch.
How do you find out who's been watching your videos? I would love to know that. If he can't have her, no one can. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
It was a very unhealthy obsession with her, in my opinion. Beyond obsessed. That guy, Gus, is apparently not on Earth anymore. He's wrapped up in this too. I think that David could have gotten jealous over their relationship and done something.
Is that like, that's fucking creepy, no? Like, look, there's a blank for where the following was.
And just yesterday, he was tracked on Fortnite playing several matches of the casual reload game mode on his account. So I don't know, it's like the guy's whole life could be at stake and he's out here just running Fortnite, like living freely. I mean, something about that just sits so wrong with me. Like, why is this guy not behind bars? I mean, honestly, this sick might be sitting back loving the attention, because since this whole situation went viral, he's been breaking his own streaming records, because obviously a majority of people had no idea who this guy was before this happened, and also people want to see the potential dry snitching that he was committing in his very own songs.
Run away from home again, carving these notes into bloody arms.
You know, at this point they have held...
Hold on.
Run away from
Another leaked snippet where he says to run away from home again. Southern said, how is he not a suspect or person of interest? She was found in his car. Money? He's very much a suspect. Law enforcement just ain't saying it out loud. They can and do lie to us. I agree. But I don't know how he's not arrested yet.
home again, carving these notes into bloody arms.
You know, at this point, they have held a bit of a memorial for the girl Celeste. Her brother has also spoken out thanking people for their support. And obviously, the whole situation for her family, whether she had a rough home life or not, has just been absolutely tragic. Either way, the situation just keeps getting darker. Things just keep stacking up against this guy, David. I mean, at this point, I'm really just interested in knowing how many people were complicit with this going on in the background, how many people were helping him sneak around this girl, and how many people might have David...
I mean, if we're talking about the upper echelons of Hollywood society, I think that a lot of people would have helped him sneak that girl around. Dry snitching. Well, it's a word that's been used for years, but yeah. What sucks is there's so many adult men who chase after little girls, guys you would never suspect sometimes. And kids don't have the ability to make the best choices at 12, but you think you do as a 12-year-old. Yep. Yep. Exactly. So I found that information intriguing. Make sure you definitely check out Jamari, who has 1.38 million subscribers, doing his thing out here. Okay, and I saw this one. 7 new bizarre claims in the David Tesla homicide mystery. I'm scared to play it. We'll play part of it.
A teen girl's body is found in the trunk of a car tied to a rising music artist. Now more details continue to emerge on the connection between the two.
I'm going to skip it ahead a little bit because we know the story. Let's start it right here.
learned that the Tesla Celeste body was found in was registered to singer David Anthony Burke, better known by his stage name David, but spelled with a 4. Now, as of this recording, David doesn't face any charges, nor has he been arrested in connection to Celeste's murder. But here's why some think he might allegedly be involved in some way. Besides the fact Celeste was found in a car registered to him, her mom told TMZ last week her daughter had been missing since April 5th of 2024 at just 13 years old. Celeste
13 years old. She was so fucking young. The gardening divas, never anything new, no. Did they meet on Fortnite? Evidently, she got in his Discord and started talking to him that way, and I think that's how they met. I'm going to skip it ahead a little bit just to see if there's anything new in here.
Also hoping for some kind of clues or possible ties. In one of his leaked songs, David sings about professing his love to someone named Celeste. The verses include, "Oh Celeste, the girl with my name."
We know about that. Let's see what this guy has to say real quick. Hold on.
Thank you so much for being here today. You know, a lot of people have been following this case, but what's your reaction? You have a young teenager found dismembered in the trunk of a singer's Tesla. But I'm curious, we're weeks now into the investigation, no arrests, no charges. How do you think detectives are working the case now at this point?
Hold on.
So right now, detectives are working this case as a fact-finding case. If you've noticed, the medical examiner has not yet ruled on the cause or the manner of death in this case. And so in this stage of the investigation, we call this a medico-legal investigation where
So a medical legal investigation, and considering that he's got money and a lot and a relatively a good attorney, they're going to be very careful about the investigation. I'm not sure if it was Roblox or Fortnite or Discord. I'm not real sure. Who would put her in his car? People have said that he left his car for her to use while he was on tour, and somebody else might have basically done it to basically frame him. I don't know. It's just allegations and rumors at this point. Yeah, I think he met her before he was like really famous. I mean, he was like famous on TikTok, but not like real famous.
Investigators, the criminalist, the medical examiner are all working together. They're bringing in the facts that they're seeing, and they're trying to determine what is the cause and manner of death. And so while it's a fact-finding investigation at this point, we also see foul play. Certainly, so Celeste's body is found dismembered. From the publications I'm reading, it appears that only...
Yeah, so I'm going to leave this before they, like, you know, strike me down
tonight.
here.
You're going to meet him. He's going to tell you about what he's doing to fight.
So this is going to go over the timeline of Celeste Hernandez's case before the body was found in David's car. That'll give us a better timeline and possibly how they met. I am going to see if there's a cause of death for her yet, but I doubt it. But we do know that it was a homicide, right? A 13-year-old didn't die of natural causes and get dismembered, you know, magically. Britt said, people wonder why I'm so open and honest with my daughter. This is why we need to make our kid aware of these damn creeps online. Sad, kids can't even play games with their friends. I agree. Well, I mean, he had fake IDs for her and things like that, so... She had several fake IDs, evidently, from what one of the videos said. So that's probably how, if I had to guess. I think it was Roblox. It might have been. And I mean, that just tells you there, like, God.
Back against these scuzzy people. I want to start here, though. It was 2 weeks ago today that the LAPD was called out to a towing yard because of a stench that was coming from the trunk of an impounded Tesla.
Hopefully.
I know you know what they found. The badly decomposed body of a 14-year-old girl who likely spent her 15th birthday the day before rotting in that trunk. The Tesla belonged to an up-and-coming R&B singer, a young guy who was away on a world tour at the time that that body was found in his vehicle, but he's not away anymore. David, as he's known, has gone off the grid, radio silent, as disturbing connections to that teenage girl just keep piling up.
Why is he so silent amid all these accusations? She made choices that unfortunately weren't good for her. Yep. No grown-ass man should be on Roblox. Yes, please hit the thumbs up. Thank you.
And now LA police have confirmed to our show that they are actively looking for more connections, aka evidence. A statement they sent to us begins by confirming the search that we told you about last week. Quote, on September 17th, 2025, detectives from Robbery Homicide Division served a search warrant on the 1300 block of Doheny Place in connection with the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
Book me, nice to meet you, said could be his brother. You think his brother could have done this? Why would you say that? I don't know anything about his brother. I've never heard his brother be talked about. What would make you say that, love? His attorney probably told him to keep it zip. I agree, but like to go radio silent when you're a freaking TikTok star and known for all these things, I wonder, you know, it makes me question a lot of things. I'd rather be uncomfortable while we talk than deal with a lifetime of trauma. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Exactly. He is silent because legal counsel will always advise you not to say anything or talk to the media, even if he is innocent. And I agree with that. I know it would be difficult for him, I would think. You know what I mean? I wonder if his attorney is going to come out and say anything as well.
That is it. I mean, they're actually confirming it now, right? It goes on to say this. Several items of evidence were recovered and will be analyzed by detectives in the coming days. This is an ongoing investigation. Investigators are following up on several leads, end quote. Well, that's pretty...
It's interesting. I wonder what the leads are. We can't shelter them from this reality. Better safe than sorry, even if your child gets really mad at you. Yep, I agree.
I don't know, stark, but it says what it needs to say and it doesn't go any further.
Yep.
For several months, neighbors say the aforementioned Tesla, where Celeste's remains were hidden in the frunk, had been parked out in front of a home where David was living, a home that was raided, the same home that was raided by the police. TMZ reports that the home had been rented by David's manager and that David had indeed been living there before he went on tour. TMZ also reports that detectives spent 12 hours looking for blood stains or blood evidence in that home. Very tight-lipped about whether they found it. And
if they spent 12 hours looking for blood evidence, I'm thinking maybe they didn't find any. I believe the reason why David wasn't arrested, even though the body was in his car.
On the very day of that search, the rest of David's U.S. tour was canceled. And a few days after that, the global tour went away as well. Celeste Rivas Hernandez had been missing since April of 2024 when she was just 13 years old.
She was last seen with his brother. So that'll go back to and we could think of several reasons why his brother might have done something, because he's jealous of his younger brother, older brother, whatever David is. David might have trusted her with his brother, and she was staying with his brother while David was on tour, or, part of his tour. And then the brother did something and framed David, his brother. That's interesting. I didn't know that she was last seen with his brother. Very interesting, book me. And thank you for the information. We see it over and over again. We know how they operate. We know the consequences in many cases. We have seen it too many times. I agree. They check the drains. That's no easy task. If they're checking drains, that tells me they're not finding much. I believe he has an alibi. I don't think he was in town when this happened. Really? Okay. I'm not sure that's his bio brother either. Okay. Possibly. Okay. Interesting.
13. In April of that year, David had just turned 19. He's now 20. And in a moment, I am going to get to why age matters so much in this mystery. But first, a vigil was held yesterday for Celeste in her hometown of Lake Elsinore, about 70.
We've talked about all that, but let's go back to I want to get into like the beginning. So here, October of 2022, David and Celeste say hi to each other on a Discord chat. They seem familiar with each other.
Which means if this really was Celeste Rivas Hernandez in the chat, whose birthday was September 7th, they may have actually connected when she was only 11. Fast forward, December 2023.
11 years old and already in a Discord chat talking to each other like they know each other. Like, how fucking old was she when they met? 10? Kim said, this is off topic, but I just wanted to give y'all an update on the grandbaby. He went to the orthopedic today. He's still having pain doing certain stuff, but his bones are fusing back together nicely. That is amazing. And I will keep praying for him to get the healing that he deserves. He was on tour, if I'm not mistaken. David was. I don't know about the brother. I'm glad, Kim, about that. And I'll keep praying for his quick recovery. I've used it many times.
A demo of a love song by David leaks out online. And the name of the demo song is Celeste. Days later, on January 11th, 2024, David appears on a live stream with a girl who looks an awful lot like Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
I'm going to read this so I don't get struck. So if we go back to this timeline, okay, October of 2022, David and Celeste say hi to each other on a Discord chat. They seem familiar with each other. She was 11. If they're familiar with each other when she's fucking 11, that's beyond concerning. December of 2023, the song Celeste leaked online. January 11th of 2024, David appears on a live stream with a girl who looks like Celeste Rivas Hernandez. We've seen that. February of 2024, Celeste Rivas Hernandez goes missing for the first time and later returns home. February 26th of 2024, someone accuses David of messing with a 13-year-old in his TikTok comments. And that's the one we saw waiting for LAPD to get your ass for messing with a 13-year-old girl. Hold on a minute. My headphone is dying. March 28th of 2024, David's fan discusses girlfriend. One user says her name is Celeste. April 5th of 2024, Celeste Rivas Hernandez is reported missing. Her brother says she was meeting David at the movies. June 27th of 2024, David reposts creepy TikTok video about cutting up meat. Hold on. Okay. February of 2025, David releases a music video that includes a body being put in a trunk. That's romantic homicide. March of 2025, David releases his Withered album. In August 5th of 2025, David starts his world tour. So depending on how long she was in that trunk and how far decomposition had gone, he could have done it before he went on tour. Crystal, good to see you. What day? Yeah, I'm waiting to find out what day she died and what date did he leave his house for tour. So the day he left his house for tour was August 5th. Exactly. Reiterating more into what I was just talking about. Oh, thank you. Yes, we are happy. She was in that trunk for way over a month. You think so? How did they surmise that they knew each other from a hello? I guess the way that they were talking to each other, I don't know. It's a good question. Crystal, good to see you. Thank you for being here. The people talking from Discord said 2023, they reported him to police. Even the Withered reference. He was in my city on the 30th. Ooh. In my city on the 30th. Ew. Said Brit92. Just me, good to see you. Okay, love. Well, take your time. No rush. September 3rd of 2025, Tesla seen abandoned in the Hollywood Hills. September 6th of 2025, the car is towed to an impound lot. The 7th, Celeste Rivas' 15th birthday. And then on September 8th, the badly decomposed remains of Celeste Rivas Hernandez are found wrapped in plastic in the car's trunk. And then that was the end of that. Interesting. Let me see if we've got a cause of death for her real quick, and then we'll move on. We probably don't. The cause of death for Celeste Rivas is listed as deferred by the County of Los Angeles medical examiner, meaning that further investigation is needed to determine the exact cause. Celeste had been missing since April of 2024, and her body was found on September 8th of 2025. Authorities are treating her death as a homicide. Deferred. So it means they need further investigation to find her cause of death. I know. So sad. Wrapped in black plastic in a trunk in the LA heat, decomp would speed up quite a bit. You got a point. Yep. Oh, and News Nation said that they can arrest somebody. Arrest in Celeste Rivas Hernandez case possible without a cause of death. A former senior deputy district attorney says the Los Angeles Police Department won't need to determine the cause of death for Celeste to bring charges in the case. Quote, you can still prosecute. You can certainly prosecute, unquote, Matt Murphy told Banfield in a Tuesday appearance. Quote, but it does throw a wrinkle in there. If you've just got a decomposed torso, or depending on what's available, what I would be asking about is if I was them, is the hyoid bone. That's a bone in the neck that's consistent with strangulation. That's something that doesn't go away with decomposition. Hernandez remains, we already know about where her remains were found. The LA medical examiner announced her cause of death has been deferred. Murphy says detectives are taking their time to figure out exactly what happened. Quote, there's a lot to untangle here, and it's important to remember David is presumed innocent, right? And we know based on past history, there are juries in LA that would certainly absolutely, that will entertain absolutely insane defense theories. And so they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's, and they're being methodical, which is exactly what they should be doing. I'm going to close this door real quick because that TV in there is loud. Don't want it to be bothering y'all. Hold on. Basil. Okay. Murphy added detectives have forensically worked up David's home from top to bottom, looking for any kind of DNA evidence or any instruments that may have been used to dismember her. They have to be very careful about the information they released, but this is a homicide, potentially a homicide, in the modern era. And the reason I say potentially, we don't have a cause of death yet. Now she was dismembered, certainly didn't do that to herself. The Los Angeles Police Department confirmed that they raided David's home looking for blood evidence. Some of the things that we're seeing coming out of the house were things like computers and tablets, and that's exactly what they should be looking for. And right now, probably as we speak, there's some overworked, underpaid forensic technologists who's going through cell phones and computers looking for any evidence of that relationship. And y'all, think about how much we've seen from Discord and Instagram and all of that. Like, could you imagine going through all of his stuff forensically? You don't need an entire body for toxicology, only samples of tissue, blood sample, I'm sure, certain organs. I agree. Stern. Oh, he pulled a Stephen Stearns. Yeah. They said deferred is the manner. Well, they said that the medical examiner said deferred, which basically means that they need to investigate more. They did release her. Yep, they released her body. Well, I mean, because she was like decapitated, and like you said, she certainly didn't do that to herself. He said his whole life was online. I'm really curious what he was into. Gore porn and shit like that. TMZ was talking to the mom. Travis Decker's body has been confirmed. All right, we'll look at that in just a second. While police haven't officially linked David to the victim, they did find a leaked David song that mentions Celeste multiple times. David has broken the lease of his Hollywood home. Interesting. All right. So that's what I have on David for the day. Now we're going to talk about Travis Decker real quick. All right, let's go over here because you told me that they just released that the remains found were those indeed of Travis Decker. Yep. Wait a minute. From 48 minutes ago, it says, on Wednesday, September 25th, federal prosecutor filed a motion stating that the U.S. Marshal Service advised them that Decker was deceased. The motion would dismiss a complaint and quash the arrest warrant filed against Decker, but Chelan County Sheriff's Office said they have not gotten DNA confirmation that remains found last week amid this search are for Decker are indeed his. I don't see it yet. If you've seen it, let me know. Let's see. This one appears to be different. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Brenda said, do you think if I had a body in my trunk, I would be let go? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. If deferred is the cause, what caused her death, manner is different. Well, when I looked it up, it said the case has been deferred, which means they need more investigation. Thank you for the information, love. Says Travis Decker cause of death after DNA match, officials issue first update on child killer. The manhunt for Travis Decker has come to an end, with federal authorities saying he's dead. TMZ reported. The publication obtained legal documents for the United States Marshal Service and said that Decker is deceased. The publication further cited sources to state that the human remains found last week in Washington belonged to Decker, and federal agents reportedly got a positive DNA match to confirm that it was him. The cause of death is yet to be determined. If we got, again, going back to Jack and Lily, if we got this back, the DNA back in a week, why haven't we heard about the DNA of the damn pink blanket that they found if it had Lily or Jack's DNA on it? I mean, you'd think they run DNA first before releasing the info. No freaking doubt. But you know. Yeah, absolutely not. We would not be let go if we had a body in our trunk. Money, fame, and fortune. Meanwhile, local reports said the Chelan County Sheriff's Office investigators are awaiting results to confirm if the remains belong to Decker. The discovery of the corpse by police dragnet near Washington's Leavenworth was reported on September 19th. We know about what happened. We don't need to go through all that. As per the sheriff's office, Washington State Crime Lab had found DNA profiles which matched Decker's on the plastic bags covering the girls' heads. His DNA was also found on cable ties collected at the scene. There was no other DNA evidence apart from that of the girls found on any of the evidence there. However, months after the crime, Decker's whereabouts had remained unknown, even as authorities launched a massive manhunt. So evidently, they just got the DNA results back, linking Decker to the crime. It was all Decker's psychic Amelia. Hey, Mimi, good to see you. RCMP was useless. Yeah, oh, on the pink blanket or whose DNA was on it? Right, exactly. Exactly. So I know we had talked about Jimmi Kimmel. And I found 2 articles on him that we could talk about real quick. actually, no, one article and a video that I wanted to share with y'all. We were talking about how he got fired for what he said about Charlie Kirk. And then he was able to come back. I think last night was his appearance. And so here is the video I have on the situation.
You think that sounds crazy? 10 years ago, this sounded crazy. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, telling an American company, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and that these companies can find ways to change conduct and take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. In addition to being a direct violation of the First Amendment, is not a particularly intelligent threat to make in public. Ted Cruz said he's...
So basically, he came out last night for his first time back and was already talking shit to the FCC.
Mafioso. Although I don't know, if you sounded like a mafioso. Although I don't know, if you want to hear a mob boss make a threat like that, you have to hide a microphone in a deli and park outside in a van with a tape recorder all night long. This genius said it on a podcast. Brendan Carr is the most embarrassing car Republicans have embraced since this one. And that's saying something. The FCC has a tradition of meddling where they shouldn't under many administrations, but it wasn't always like this. There was an FCC commissioner back in 2022 who worked under Joe Biden who was spot on. He wrote, President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship.
Make of that what you will. I don't agree with President Biden, okay? I don't agree with everything Trump does either. But we do, I mean, political satire is acceptable. And I mean, it does. I agree. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. I agree that it challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. And I mean, it does seem like you are targeting it for censorship. If I'm being honest, from my perspective, we can't have fair speech, a freedom of speech, and not be fair across the board. And you're right, as well as that. Dandelion, he said, Kimmel represents a company. They have rules on behavior and conduct. I agree with that too. And he's not that popular. And doesn't have the ratings either. I agree. Lola, good to see you. I'm sorry you got here at the end. I might change. Well, I'll talk to y'all about that. We're going to be at this time for a while. I might end up changing it once I move to about an hour later, but we'll see.
You know who wrote that? FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr.
Jimmi Kimmel ripped FCC Chairman Brendan Carr and President Donald Trump in his return to ABC's airwaves, and that was just last night, y'all. Carr has suggested last week the FCC could take action against ABC if it didn't address Kimmel. Says Jimmi Kimmel criticized Chairman Brendan Carr on Tuesday.
You think that sounds crazy?
In his return to the airwaves, calling him an embarrassment and a hypocrite. This article says Disney sends stern warning to customers amid boycott threats. Disney has had a rough week. It faced a massive boycott from customers after briefly pulling the plug on Jimmy Kimmel Live, a late-night talk show on ABC. The decision to suspend the show came after comedian Jimmy Kimmel made jokes relating to President Donald Trump's reaction to the death of conservative political activist Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated on September 10th. Disney's decision to cut the show sparked a huge boycott from customers who threatened to cancel their Disney vacations and streaming services such as Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Many customers claimed that canceling the show over Kimmel's comments amounted to censorship. On the other hand, President Trump applauded the decision, suggesting that some TV networks give him bad publicity and press should have their licenses taken away. Amid the growing outrage, Disney later announced that it has decided to reinstate Jimmy Kimmel Live to late night television, which will return on September 23rd. Quote, we have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday, said Disney in a statement. While some applauded the show's return, some conservative consumers threatened their own Disney boycott due to the company caving to recent backlash. As Disney struggles to make customers happy, it has decided that now is the perfect time to unveil a slew of price increases for its Disney Plus streaming service. In a new update on its website, Disney warns customers that the monthly price for several Disney Plus plans will increase by at least $2 on October 21st. Below is the list of the price increases. So you brought him back, even though people are threatening to boycott, and you're increasing prices. Wow. None of these high-profile people, including our government, care about we the people. They continue to stoke division. I agree. Right? Oh, thank you for dropping the Discord link here. So here's the price increases. Disney Plus will be $11.99, up from $10. Disney Plus Premium will be $18.99, up from $15.99. Disney Plus Hulu bundle will now be $12.99 instead of $10.99. Disney Plus Hulu SPN Select bundle will be $19.99 instead of $16.99. Disney Plus Hulu ESPN Select Bundle Premium will now be $30 instead of $27. Disney Plus Premium Hulu ESPN Select Bundle Legacy will be at $25 instead of $22. Disney Plus Hulu HBO Max Bundle with ads will be $20 instead of $17. And Hulu HBO Max Disney Plus without ads will be $33 instead of $30. The last time Disney Plus increased its prices was on October 17th of last year, when most of its plan went up by $2. Disney's latest price hikes comes after Disney Plus and Hulu reached 183 million subscriptions during the second quarter of this year, a 2.6 million increase compared to the previous quarter. During an earnings call on August 6th, Disney CEO Bob Iger said the company will introduce new features such as more personalized homepage to the Disney Plus app over the next few months. The unified Disney Plus and Hulu streaming app will be available to consumers in 2026. By creating a differentiated streaming offering, we will be providing subscribers tremendous choice, convenience, quality, and enhanced personalization, while at the same time continuing to grow profitability and margins in our entertaining streaming businesses. Through expected higher engagement, lower churn, operational efficiencies, and greater advertising revenue potential, said Iger. Price is certainly one of the most important factors when people choose streaming subscriptions. However, the situation is dynamic and user preferences vary widely. Some may prioritize the convenience and flexibility of streaming services, while others may reconsider the value propositioned as costs rise. The industry could respond to these challenges with new pricing models, bundles, or innovations in content delivery to maintain or enhance the appeal of streaming. I don't pay for none of that shit. I pay for YouTube Premium, and that's it. Greed, exactly. Disney has been corrupt for a long time. I agree. All right, my last two articles. Well, one's an article and one's a video. So we covered the flooding in Texas and talked about Camp Mystic at length. We actually even have a Camp Mystic heart emoji, if you remember. to remember the victims of Camp Mystic. So I saw this and wanted to share about Camp Mystic with you guys. So let's talk about it. Camp Mystic is reopening next summer, sparking outrage from parents as the search for missing campers continue. Quote, for my family, these months have felt like an eternity. For the camp, it seems like nothing more than a brief pause before business as usual, one parent said. Could you imagine sending your kids to camp and then dying in a horrific flash flood and their bodies still not being found and they're going to reopen the camp? Like, I'm not trying to sound paranormal here, but like the spirits of those children are probably still out there, not able to be laid to rest until their bodies are found. Remember, pregnant girl and boyfriend killed. Kid was their age and mom and dad were arrested. I believe name was Soto too. Interesting. I pay for YouTube and Netflix, not YouTube Premium. Can I do it cheaper? Check with Verizon, Donna, because evidently with Verizon, if you have Verizon, you could get it cheaper, some kind of plan or something. Maybe. Yeah, if you have Verizon, evidently there's some kind of thing. I don't know. Parents of the children who died at Camp Mystic are speaking out against the organization for announcing the reopening of one of their nearby Texas sites. Heavy flooding and overnight rains led to mass casualties at the Christian girls-only summer camp surrounding areas on July 4th. One parent said Camp Mystic has only added to our grief as it plans to reopen while 2 children's bodies remain missing. Camp Mystic is set to reopen one of its locations following deadly Texas floods this summer, though some families have expressed concern as not all of the victims' bodies have been recovered. According to letters sent directly to families obtained by CBS News on Tuesday, September 22nd, Camp Mystic Cypress Lake will reopen. The location is in close proximity to Camp Mystic Guadalupe, where catastrophic flooding and heavy overnight rains led to the deaths of 27 campers and counselors at the Christian girls-only summer camp on July 4th. 10 days later, on July 14th, the Hill County death toll stood at 132 people, with more than 100 still missing months later. Details shared by the news added that Camp Mystic Guadalupe sustained too much damage to reopen for summer of 2026. Quote, we are writing today to share some updates related to camp and next summer season. Thank you so much for your love, support, and patience with us during this unprecedented time. We have prayed about next summer daily. An excerpt of the letter sent to Camp Mystic families read per the news station. The letters reportedly added that a memorial would be dedicated to the lives of campers and counselors lost on July 4th. Quote, we hope the space will serve as a place of reflection and remembrance of those beautiful girls. We continue to pray for the grieving family and all those who grieving families and all those who lost loved ones, quote, it continued. Camp Mystic sent the letters out on Monday, September 22nd, in 2 separate emails to families of the girls who died and one to a much broader group of past campers and their families, the New York Times reported. Past campers were reportedly told we are not only rebuilding cabins and trails, but also a place where laughter, friendship, and spiritual growth will continue to flourish. We look forward to welcoming you back inside the green gates. I think it's distasteful. I would, Brenda. I wonder if one of my credit card provides it as a benefit. Maybe. Yeah, check with Verizon. I refuse to pay for YouTube Premium. Do you agree, Mimi? I'm not real big on Kimmel, but I don't think we should cancel free speech. I think it's distasteful to send out letters saying you're going to reopen when the bodies haven't all been located. You know what I mean? Hey, UTD. We had storms the last 2 nights in Northwest Tennessee. There has been no warning. I think it's because of the cuts in the National Weather Service. Oh my God. I'm sorry, UTD. I hope everybody's okay. Yes, ma'am, I do. You kind of agree? However, families of the deceased claim they were left out of the loop and had no idea regarding any plans for a memorial. Blake Bonner, the father of Lily Bonner, said relatives were not consulted about and did not approve this memorial, per the Times. Cece Stewart, whose 8-year-old child Celie Stewart remains missing, added, "The truth is, Camp Mystic failed our daughters. Recovery teams are still out there scouring the river, risking and sacrificing so much to find her so we can finally lay her to rest. For their efforts, we are eternally grateful," Cece added. Camp Mystic, however, has only added to our grief. For my family, these months have felt like an eternity. For the camp, it seems like nothing more than a brief pause before business as usual. Camp Mystic is pressing ahead with reopening, even if it means inviting girls to swim in the same river that may potentially still hold my daughter's body. I mean, and to be honest, yeah, exactly. That's the fucking problem. It's like $26 a month, I think, Donna, for me. Something like that, 24 or 26, which actually I didn't buy before I had a YouTube channel. I didn't even pay that before I had a YouTube channel, but when I go through videos, if I didn't have premium, it would show like commercials and things like that, and I can't have that when I'm reviewing a video. I would be pissed off too if my daughter's body had not been recovered and you're already talking about reopening. I mean, again, I know they bring in a lot of money, but it seems like you could have waited until they found the bodies of the people who are still missing. Camp Mystic officials have said they will put additional safety measures in place following the deadly incident. Quote, "Our planning procedures will reflect the catastrophic 1,000-year weather event." They had to add 1,000-year weather event, like to make it seem like it's more safe and that this is something that doesn't happen but every 1,000 years. "Our planning and procedures will reflect the catastrophic 1,000-year weather event that occurred on July 4th, including never having campers return to cabins that had floodwaters inside them." Well, of fucking course, that would be against the law because they're probably full of mold. As Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, our plans will comply with the requirements of new camp safety legislation. Like, again, that just seems like business as usual, even adding the 1,000-year weather event, like it only happens every 1,000 years. Actually, it was a 50-year weather event, if I remember correctly. And yeah, you can't put campers in cabins that had floodwaters in them because they're probably full of mold. These poor children and their families. I live in Texas, and we really dropped the ball. So sorry, Donna. Yeah, that's not right. That's insane. I do hate commercials. Kids swimming with the bodies in there. Yep. No fucking way. Yeah, that's bullshit. I completely disagree with them reopening. All right, and now we have this video that's titled "Top Convict Meltdowns Caught on Camera."
These are the biggest convict outbursts of all time. Welcome back. Charlie here. From criminals who had meltdowns when they were handed life sentences to terrifying convicts who did the unthinkable in court.
This is a state that doesn't have a death penalty.
This is Sean Riker, one of Wisconsin's most feared inmates. He was in court for harming his family, including his wife and kids. Sean had a violent past. He had previously served 12 years in prison. This was for detonating pipe bombs around Utah, which is why he was shackled to a chair in court. And
wow, what a charge. It wiped my zip code off the map. Oh my God, UTD. I wish they'd close it too. I do, Mimi. Brandy M, good to see you. Nice to meet you. I spoil myself and pay for YouTube Premium most of the time. I'm on here watching live streams. Hubs has Paramount Plus, so yeah, it's an equal trade-off, I think. Fair. I've never seen these videos, but it's pretty interesting so far.
Also made to wear a spit mask, but it seems he wasn't too happy about this, which led to Sean berating the judge, Wayne Marrick.
Your idea, man? Oh, you got me looking like a clown. Stupid.
Sir, you made yourself look like a clown acting like that.
Merrick.
It's clearly not a good idea
Damn.
to curse at the man who's about to decide your fate. But that's when Sean took things to the next level. He threatened to end the life of the judge, Wayne Marrick, and
Oh,
even said he knew
shit.
the judge's address.
Killing all you Wayne. I got your address, Wayne Merrick. I got your home address.
Sean then turns to the right and begins berating the prosecutor.
Eat this up.
The judge tries to keep control of the court, but eventually
Holy
realizes
shit.
Sean won't stop, causing the judge to tell cops to remove Sean from the court.
What the do you want? Later.
I bet Sean soon regretted his outburst.
I highly fucking doubt it. I highly fucking doubt it. That's the same place that Austin Drummond killed 4 people. Oh, is it?
Because he went on to be sentenced to 200 years in prison. Sean appealed this sentence, but was denied. At least now this
Imagine that.
dangerous man will never be free to roam the streets again. But some would say this man is even more dangerous. His name is Sidney Newsom. Sidney was in a Mississippi court for harming his girlfriend. At first, Sidney appears calm, but when Sidney's mother and brother enter the courtroom, this all changes. He tries to talk to his family, but a courtroom cop says no. This causes Sidney to get very annoyed, and he begins arguing
Yeah, you can't just walk back there and talk to your family while you're in a jumpsuit and shackles.
with the judge. This prompts the judge, Aubrey Rhymes, to order Sidney's removal from court. But as the courtroom cop tries to remove Sidney, he goes wild. He throws a stack of papers at the judge, and
Oh,
then
shit,
tries to
son.
harm the judge. The court clerk runs away, and Sidney's
Why is his mama jumping up and down? Ma'am, sit the fuck down. Put him back in the padded cell. Right. Did you see his mama? That's why he started acting a fucking fool, because his family got there.
the
What's his
judge.
mama?
The court clerk runs away, and Sidney's mother begins screaming and jumping. You can even see the shock on the faces of the fellow inmates in court. The lone court cop struggles to restrain Sidney, which allows even see the
Look.
shock on the faces of the fellow inmates in court.
They're like, I ain't fucking with this motherfucker. I'm gonna sit right here and shut my motherfucking mouth and just be as pretty as you please while he shows his whole entire ass in court.
Lone court cop struggles to restrain Sidney, which allows Sidney to throw a phone at the judge and
Oh,
also
shit,
knock over a
son.
computer monitor. But that's when Judge Aubrey Rhymes has enough. Both the judge and
Oh, the
Sidney's own
judge.
brother restrain him on a table. The judge then returns to his desk and resumes proceedings, while various cops remove Sidney from the court. Sidney's outburst led to an additional contempt.
If his brother helped restrain him, why is his brother being led away in handcuffs right there at the end? Damn it.
Burst led to an additional contempt of court charge, which landed him an additional 48
Hold
hours.
on.
Lone court cop struggles to restrain Sidney, which allows Sidney to throw a phone at the judge and
Wait a
also
minute.
knock over a computer monitor.
I
But
can't
that's
believe
when
the
Judge
judge got
Aubrey
up and
Rhymes
helped.
has enough. Both the judge
So you saw the brother just then in the black, he's got a black hoodie and a black jacket trying to hold the mama back. The judge actually got up and helped instead of running away to his chambers.
has
now watch
enough.
at the end.
Both the judge and Sidney's own brother
They're-
restrain him on a
brother is
table. The
restraining him
judge
on a
then returns
table.
to his desk and
Then they
resumes
arrest
proceedings.
the brother. Why is the brother being arrested as the judge resumes proceedings and is pointing to take the brother also to jail?
While
Look,
various cops remove
that's the brother, not him. Find the children first. Yeah, exactly. Jesus, someone really needs to go be evaluated. Exactly. Why weren't the cops in the courtroom, not outside? Never seen that. I haven't either. Yeah, that judge was a badass. I know this is not your genre. Could you please help us have some kind of weather alert systems? I don't know how I would do that, but yeah, I can look into it. I can look into what's going on with the weather alert systems. I'm gonna write it down. Got a couple of things I need to do actually. They have totally cut off all of our weather alert systems. I don't know what to do about that, love. Why was there one bailiff in court, right? Could you imagine what he's like out in the outside world? What would he do? Xanax for everybody.
Sydney from the court. Sydney's outburst led to an additional contempt of court charge, which landed him an additional 48 hours in jail. Thankfully, Sydney was...
When my hair started thinning...
Oh, Jesus. With the damn ads. People showing their entire ass.
Hands on the judge, but an even wilder criminal might be Ryan Stone. In October of 2015, Ryan Stone decided to play Grand Theft Auto in real life, going on a crime spree in Colorado. Ryan first hijacked a car with a 4-year-old boy inside, leading police on an hour-long police chase. The entire chase was caught by news helicopters. During the chase, Ryan drove at 100 miles per hour, and even stole various other people's vehicles. Ryan also bumped into crashed cars and cars which were driving. Ryan also came inches from running over a cop. After a long chase, Ryan's car crashed, leading to his arrest. Ryan was arrested for kidnapping, motor vehicle theft, assault, and eluding police. In court, Ryan began crying and said how sorry he was for what he did.
I heard you beat me time to start a family of my own.
But that was when the court played this. During a prison phone call with a friend, Ryan can be seen laughing about what he did, and even bragging about how he made international news.
My lawyer told me I made the news in the UK and Australia.
The judge and the jury did not buy Ryan's crocodile tears, and Ryan was given the maximum sentence possible, a 160-year sentence without possibility of parole.
Okay, I don't know if you should have got that for a police chase. I don't know. Open up, friends.
Ryan cried even more when he realized he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. But instead of getting upset, some inmates experienced pure rage in court. This was the case for Antonio Rosales. Antonio was charged with kidnapping and harming a 10-year-old
Wait a
girl.
minute. Why the fuck is his cheek so big on this side? What the fuck's going on here? Yo, look at this man's face.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way, yeah.
Yo, what the?
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
What's that, brother? What is that, brother?
When the prosecutor describes Antonio's crimes, he snaps, grabbing a keyboard and slamming a computer monitor. During this chaos, the judge, Deborah Nelson, presses a button to open a door to let other cops in. But the door doesn't open, giving Antonio more time to resist.
Look, yo, look at that courtroom. Yeah, harming a 10-year-old girl. Broken nose for sure. Maybe broken jaw. Oh, that makes sense. Hopefully a little prison justice. Are you proud of that, sir? You might have an abscessed tooth. Remember Shabusiness attacking her lawyer? She's such a sicko. I agree, Brenda.
Eventually, more officers rush in, and Antonio is carried out of the courtroom.
Did y'all see how they're carrying him? Feet all up in the air. Look, there he is. They got him in the damn, tied up like a damn pig. Lord have mercy, y'all. These people go to court. Y'all got to, what is it?
So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband.
Everybody just needs to damn hide. What the hell?
And Antonio is carried out of the courtroom. The next day, Antonio is given 3 life sentences,
3 life
meaning
sentences.
this evil man will spend his final days behind bars. But an even scarier convict might be
I remember when that happened. I think this was overseas.
this man. This is 18-year-old Leonid Gracer from Russia. He was in court for ending his
Hogtied, that's it. Hogtied. They straight up hogtied his ass. They said, we want none of your motherfucking bullshit. Not today, Satan. Not today.
life. But as he was handed a life sentence, he decided to make a bizarre. But an even scarier convict might be this man. This is 18-year-old Leonid Gracer from Russia. He was in court for ending his sister's life. But as he was handed a life sentence, he decided to make a bizarre escape. He knocked out various ceiling panels and tried to climb out of his glass-walled box.
Shit, son.
Obviously,
just
the police saw
standing
this
there.
and brought him back down. But Leonid then went on to say that he was ordered by Satan to end his sister's life.
Oh, remember, I see, God was already talking to me when I said, not today, Satan. They are kind of funny. That's the Omen child right there, Damien, for sure. Back to hell with you, Satan. Back to hell.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that shit.
And when asked if he was sorry, Leonid said that he did what he had to do. But this killer had a very different reaction in court. This man is named Jaleel Smith Riley. One night in Cincinnati, Jaleel and 2 other men approached a parked car. Inside the car was 20-year-old Portia Brooks and her boyfriend Aaron Martin. Jaleel then robbed the couple. Before shooting them both, Aaron Martin was left with permanent brain damage, and Portia Brooks sadly passed away. In court, Portia's mother said that Jaleel had ruined her life.
He ruined my life.
In the courtroom, Jaleel began crying, saying that he just wants to come home someday.
Go back away. I'm so sorry.
But the judge, Charles Kubicki, showed no remorse, sentencing Jaleel to life in prison without possibility for parole. When Jaleel heard this, he collapsed, falling to the floor in tears.
Defendant serve a term of life without parole.
That is so fake, y'all. I rebuke thee. They are often demons, though. They really are. Did y'all see how fake that was? Watch him.
Saying that he just wants to come home someday. Charles Kubicki showed no remorse, sentencing Jaleel to life in prison without possibility for parole. When Jaleel heard this, he collapsed, falling to the floor in tears.
Defendant serve a term of life without parole.
Like he tried to faint.
For the offense of attempted murder.
Jaleel's reaction was dramatic, but Keeson Wilkins' courtroom actions were even more outrageous. Keeson decided to represent himself in court. He had been charged for shooting someone. During the trial, Keeson Wilkins tells the judge he needs more time to prepare, but the judge is not sympathetic, telling Keeson he's had months to prepare. But that's when Keeson pulls one of the oldest tricks in the book.
Oh, there he goes.
Keeson collapses mid-sentence, causing cops to rush to his aid, but the judge does not seem concerned. A medic checks Keeson over and realizes there's nothing wrong with him.
Y'all.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Faking a heart attack in court is very common, and while it may work in movies, it doesn't work in real life. Eventually, Keeson is removed from court, and he was sentenced to 42 years in prison. Keeson really made his situation even worse, just like what happened with Bryce Rhodes. Bryce Rhodes was in court for ending 3 people's lives. Bryce had shot and ended the life of Christopher Jones, but 14-year-old Larry Ordway and his 16-year-old brother Maurice Gordon witnessed this crime. To get
Right, Abraham, you want to commit the crime and then too chicken to do the time. Exactly. Like when I got in trouble for things that I did, I mean, you know, I was like, well, you know, this is how it goes. I committed the crime, therefore I had to do the time. You had to you almost choked. It is an iconic song.
rid of any witnesses, Bryce ended their lives too. Bryce's crimes were very evil, but in court, Bryce
Wait a minute.
says there's nothing wrong with him. Faking a heart attack in court is very common, and while it may work in movies, it doesn't work in real life. Eventually, Keeson is removed from court, and he was sentenced to 42 years in prison. Keeson really made
Hold on.
like what happened with Bryce Rhodes. Bryce Rhodes was in court for ending 3 people's lives. Bryce had shot and ended the life of Christopher Jones, but 14-year-old Larry Ordway and his 16-year-old brother Maurice Gordon witnessed this crime. To get rid of any witnesses, Bryce ended their lives too.
Oh my God. He shot the witnesses that were 14 and 16. Yeah.
Bryce's crimes were very evil, but in court, Bryce showed how evil he really is. He began cursing at the judge, and at one point even threatened the judge, saying that he could find where the judge lives.
I'm gonna keep talking because I don't want to have to see you back here for this.
On December 20th, 2023, Bryce Rhodes was given 3 life sentences, 1 for each life he took. But now it's time for you to make your voice heard. Comment below which of these convict outbursts
Interesting. I got one more little funny. I'm going to do this last little story for you real quick to make you laugh before we go for the day.
He picked me up and we were going to Mama's work. Mama's window was busted.
What happened? Who did it?
Busted, y'all.
A crackhead. And
Crackheads
stole her
did
wallet.
Stole her wallet.
Crackheads broke your mama's window and stole her wallet?
Yeah, her wallet. And
It
it
was
was
hers.
her window. It was her truck.
And her window. Her truck.
And I was told on the way back home.
She was cold on the way back home. Yep. Think it was a bad tooth? Yeah, I think you were. A quackhead. It was a quackhead. A quackhead. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Woo, it's been 4 hours. Good gracious. Voodoo. It is cute, isn't it? Isn't that a cute little thing? Nice to meet you. Good to see you. It's been 4 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. And I love spending time with our speculating family. Thank you so much for being here. In the morning, I've got to go do some stuff tomorrow, so I doubt I will be live, but I will be back Friday. My mama is still in the hospital healing from her surgery, so I'm going to go see her tomorrow. But we will be back on Friday, so definitely be on the lookout for that. With that said, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your support. I have so much love for you guys. I want you to always remember that you are enough, you are important, you are special, and you are very much loved. I enjoy our time together so very much. That's how we are able to go 4 hours on a live stream, and I don't even realize it's been that long. You guys are so amazing, each and every one of you. Thank you. Southern Cats. Yeah, I'm glad that you found us too, Donna. Y'all stay safe out there, and don't let anybody hand you no bullshit, because ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
All right, y'all. Stay safe, and I will see y'all on Friday. Bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you.